Another name for a numismatist. 215-263-WMMR. And we will go to Jason for the answer. Yo, Jason, good morning.
Hey, sorry to bother you guys at work.
No, listen, if you got the answer, it's all good. What is another name for a numismatist?
I think it's somebody who deals with coin collecting.
Yeah, coin collecting. Yep.
Then
You got it.
what's analingus?
It's something else.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Jason. Hang on the line. We're going to set you up, buddy. We're going to give you a $50 Metro Diner gift card. You can get hooked up every Friday and enjoy the gold standard in fish and chips at Metro Diner, including their newest fried shrimp and fried seafood platter. Available for dine-in, pick-up, or order online at metrodiner.com. All right, we're going to start with this. Unfortunate news yesterday. Bruce Willis has apparently retired from acting. He's been diagnosed with something called aphasia. And this is tragic to hear about this. The 67-year-old actor's family shared news on Instagram on Wednesday, writing alongside a photo of him on their Instagram feeds. To Bruce's amazing supporters and family, we wanted to share our beloved Bruce has been experiencing some health issues and has recently been diagnosed with aphasia, which is impacting his cognitive abilities. As a result of this, and with much consideration, Bruce is stepping away from the career that has meant so much to him. And so after hearing this news, I, like tons of other people, went on and started researching a little bit of aphasia because I was not...
I've not ever heard of it.
Familiar with it. So it apparently, according to the Mayo Clinic, it robs you of the ability to communicate and can affect your ability to speak, write, and understand language, both verbal and written.
There was a doctor who was explaining it last night. I think it was on Extra or something. He said, imagine you are dropped in a country where you cannot read or understand the language at all. And that's what can become of this fully.
Yes.
So he's not there, obviously, yet.
Right. So what I had heard somebody kind of compare it to when you're trying to say something, there's like something on the tip of your tongue and you can't.
Yep.
But they said this is like having that all of the time, all day, like every time you're trying to speak.
There's a couple of different versions of it. Like, so I was reading up on it. There's fluent and non-fluent, and there's a specific kind where some people will speak in rambling, nonsensical, complete sentences,
right,
and feel that they've made a point, and you can't understand it. In fact, I'll read you one of the examples said here. Someone with, it's called Wernicke's aphasia. They might say something like this, and this is what's written here. You know that Smoodle Pinkard, and that I want to get him round and take care of him like you want before. So it makes no sense.
In their brain, it does.
They've made a point, and they can understand why you don't understand what they're saying. Then there's another kind where, and they said that this can actually be more frustrating, where you know what you want to say,
you can't get there,
and you just can't say it.
From what I understand, what determines that, Preston, is what part, whether it's frontal or, if it's in the back of the brain. Yeah.
Yeah, so there was there's also... Some people will search for a word and then they'll communicate in very small words.
Right.
Steve, you know in the movie La La Land?
Yes, yeah.
She goes back home,
right,
and her father is there, and they're sitting there at the table, and he's like, she's talking to him, and he would just kind of stop and go, okay.
Right,
that. It's kind of like that.
Actually, that's a good description.
You can tell he's understanding, he wants to talk, and just can't find the word, and then settles on something that just gets it done at the time. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. When I heard this yesterday, I came to the conclusion a couple other people on Twitter had as well. We were talking about the unbelievable amount of movies he's been in recently, and that I guess if he knew that was coming up, he might have tried to jam as many films into his schedule as possible. And to that point, Preston, he had done a number of those movies with an ear, like a device, a listening device, so he could receive dialogue from offset.
Yeah.
So,
that makes sense.
So he was having those issues, and his longtime stunt double said he's been very good for quite a while, and this is really over the last year where there was, and again, he's functional, but you could see an absolute decline.
So is it treatable / curable?
That's,
you know what,
I don't know.
I read, Nick, and it looks like it's very little. It's just like the way it was summed up was in what I was reading is that patients with aphasia participate in activities such as book clubs and things like that. They try to keep people engaged, exactly, and to find, even though they may be losing some of their ability to grasp at this speech, to use what they have at their access, and to try to. It says here, they hope to communicate by having him or her use remaining language abilities, restore language abilities as much as possible, and learn other ways of communicating, such as gestures, pictures, or using electronic devices. So there's it sounds like the treatment is just kind of coping with it as best you can, which is, it's sad.
And I wonder if you can have varying degrees. So if he can, if he only descends to a certain point and is still fairly functional, but appearing very absent-minded.
There's some that come on by trauma,
right,
and restores.
Right.
Like, Steve, remember we were talking about the one news anchor, remember, about Woodruff, wasn't it?
Right, who had
the head injury.
Yes.
And when they showed video of him in his rehab, he couldn't talk.
No.
He couldn't think of the words. And now he's fine.
He's back on TV.
He was able to recover. All right, we got Dr. Mike on the line.
Yes.
We should go to him. We have a few other people that are calling in as well. So let's get the good doctor on the line. Of course, you know him from Fox 29 and Penn Medicine. Dr. Mike Cerigliano, good morning, sir.
Well, hello there. So this story was a big story yesterday. Basically, aphasia is a condition. Now, the big question is why? And it's not published. They did mention he's had cognitive problems. And so cognitive problems means like memory loss, things like that, which makes me concerned that it might be something like Alzheimer's or what we call, and it's a long word, neurodegenerative condition. And that's where you have a process in the brain that's damaging, as Steve said, areas of the brain that are impacting both speech and reading. And because we don't know what the cause is, we really don't know. I don't know if there's going to be much that can be done about it. You can sometimes see this after a stroke.
Right.
Tumor.
Right, brain tumor, head injury. But the way it sounds, it doesn't sound like it's something that happened overnight or he had a stroke. They may have said that if that's what happened. But I think it's more of a chronic process that is very unfortunate. My mother had Alzheimer's, and as people have said in the past, it's a slow goodbye. I mean, it's not good.
Mike, is aphasia more an umbrella term, or is there a specificity to it?
Well, there's, as Preston said, there's a ton of different kinds. It depends on what part of the brain is affected. But most importantly, the question is why? Why is this happening? Why is he experiencing aphasia?
Like you think something has happened to cause it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, something has happened. That's for darn sure.
He could have had a stroke and not have been aware?
Well, look, he's going to have an MRI.
Right.
I'm sure he already has.
Sure.
He's probably getting the best care there is. And when it comes down to it, it's going to be, is it reversible? He'll do rehab and things like that. But as actors go, I mean, they have to be as sharp as a tack. They have to remember things. They have to be able to read scripts. And that's the hard part about all of this.
Right.
Huh.
All right, Dr. Mike, we appreciate the info, as always, sir. And
love you.
We love you.
I'll talk to you later. All right, Dr. Mike. I mean, the thing that, reading the story, it doesn't say he's taking a break from acting. It says he's retiring from acting. So I got to believe.
So
and listen,
sad.
all that within the pandemic, with him and Demi and those guys hanging out together, I bet that they've known that this has slowly been coming on,
Preston,
and their bond is reforming and all that. You know,
You're exactly right. That all takes on a different complexion in light of this news.
Oh man, this is terrible to hear about that. But anybody
Yes.
at all, and especially if it's someone you know, and then we have celebrities and you know that we kind of feel like we know. You know what
Bruce
I mean?
Willis, for crying out loud. Did you say Kevin Smith released a message yesterday. He says, and you know, they had that tiff for a while, and they sort of made up. You know, when he was directing him on that movie with Tracy Morgan,
right?
And Kevin Smith said, in light of this news, that all seems so petty, and he apologized to the family and everything. I don't think he needed to, but he was devastated by the news.
Yep. All right. Well, I appreciate those of you who are on the phone line, but this is the entertainment report section. I need to move on to some other stories, but. If we come back to it, maybe you can give us a call. We'll see if we end up doing that. But it's just It's terrible to hear stuff like that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
All right, we got to move on to the other obvious story, which is Chris Rock briefly addressed the Will Smith slap during his Boston comedy show just hours after the Academy revealed that disciplinary proceedings have begun for the Best Actor winner. According to TMZ, when Rock took the stage, do we have a clip of that?
The sound is horrible.
All right,
it was muffled on a cell phone. You can't even understand what he's saying. So, because no recording devices were allowed at the show.
He was greeted by a standing ovation. It was a sold-out crowd, but he was prepared to disappoint anybody who showed up to hear about the incident. He said, I don't have a bunch of about what happened, so if you came to hear that, I have a whole show that I wrote before this weekend.
Oh, wow.
And I'm still kind of processing what happened. So at some point, I'll talk about and it will be serious and funny. So listen, he's also there's probably some legal discussions going on,
I
would
wonder if
think.
that's it.
I will guarantee you that's part of it as well. What he says and what he doesn't say, because really he can control everything at this point.
Yeah. So, although he wasn't talking about it, Wanda Sykes was. She was one of the co-hosts, and she was on Ellen DeGeneres, and that I think we have a clip
do have
of.
2 clips. Yeah.
So let's play her talking about allowing to stay in the green room is what she's referring to.
Well, there's a clip where she talks about her being sick, and then the other one is about them. Even though they asked him to leave, he didn't, and they should have made him leave.
All right, here
and
we
she's
go.
upset about that.
It was sickening. It was absolutely, I physically felt ill, and I'm still a little traumatized by it. And for them to let him stay in that room and enjoy the rest of the show and accept his award, I was like, how gross is this? This is just the wrong message. You assault somebody, you get escorted out the building, and that's it, but for them to let him continue, I thought it was gross.
Yeah, by the way, the comedians are all standing by Chris Rock because it's like, look, I do this for a living. I'm up here. You know what you're expecting when you come to see a show or be at a event where they regularly roast the audience, and now you get up and hit someone for that?
Well, it's funny you should mention that, because I think it was outside the Comedy Store. There was a sign on the door with a picture of Will Smith with a red line through it that said, this type of behavior will not be tolerated here.
It's interesting to me that Wanda Sykes mentioned feeling ill, because that's what my visceral reaction was. That's what I felt in my body when I saw the full clip and watched the unedited version of it. I felt like ill, sick to my stomach watching it. It's
no one wants to see that.
But to actually have that reaction in your body,
Yeah,
and
absolutely. It's like when you see a real fight as opposed to a movie fight. It's like, oh my God.
Right. And then she talks about Chris Rock apologizing to her.
Yeah.
Here's that clip.
I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but I saw Chris, at Guy's party. And as soon as I walked up to him, the first thing he said was, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, why are you apologizing? He's like, it was supposed to be your night. It was you and Amy and Regina, y'all were doing such a great job. I'm so sorry. This is now going to be about this. Because that's who Chris is.
Chris is a sweet guy.
Yeah.
The Academy apparently Deadline reports that a member of the Academy's top leadership did ask the King Richard Star's rep to have him leave the award show.
Right.
The Academy said of the incident, while we would like to clarify that Mr. Smith was asked to leave the ceremony and refused, we also recognize that we could have handled the situation differently.
Wait, so they did ask him to leave?
They asked his handler or his management to say, look, he should probably leave. And listen, here's the deal. I can't fault the Academy 100% on this, because it's live television.
Yeah.
They're making split-second decisions. Look, we got a minute left before we come back live.
Right,
what are we
right.
doing here? You know what I mean?
Right.
So you make a call and you hope it's the best one at the time.
Well, and now you have the extra added deal of having everything you do will be social media scrutinized.
Big time, yeah. So the outlet also reports that disciplinary proceedings have begun for Smith. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences Board of Governors ruled Wednesday at the next board meeting on April 18th, the Academy may take any disciplinary action, which may include suspension, expulsion, or other sanctions permitted by the bylaws and standards of conduct.
Preston, Connor brought up the graphic that has appeared on a number of comedy club doors.
Oh, man.
Which is the Will Smith with the red line through him slapping Chris Rock. Because this is a number of comedians. It's not simply like I'm going to jump on board. A lot of comedians have faced physical altercations on stage. I mean, they have had drunken people that's why when you have great comedy clubs like we do here in Philadelphia, where they get on it pretty quick, you have to, but this can potentially embolden people like, well, I'll do it too.
Yeah, we talked to it was a Big J Okerson last year and a half ago.
Remember that?
He got tackled off the stage,
right?
Yep, exactly.
And then Luis Guzman came and saved the day.
Yeah.
All right, so this is sad. It's kind of a heavy entertainment news today. Celebrities have been posting memories of Taylor Hawkins. And actor John Stamos.
They were buds too, apparently.
Shared his latest text message from the Foo Fighters drummer. He said the two had, apparently to the story, the two had been trying to spend time together. And Taylor wrote, "We've yet to fully have a hang. Got to put that S together before we die."
So Stamos posted a video, a kind of a joking video that Taylor Hawkins posted sort of at him, but publicly as well. And we have the audio of that.
Okay, let's, that ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
My name is Taylor Hawkins. Play drums in the Foo Fighters. Stamos is a good buddy of mine. He's a good guy. I really like him a lot. He's a great drummer. But I'm a little upset with him, actually. I got to be honest with you, because I was supposed to do that Geico commercial. You know, the Geico commercial where he flips the stick? Originally, that was mine. But they decided to go with Stamos because he's better looking. But I'm the best stick flipper around. Sorry, Stamos. It goes me, Tommy Lee, Stamos.
Oh, man. Stamos, of course, lost Bob Saget in January, too.
Yeah.
So it's been a really, really tough for him with people close to him passing away.
People well before their time.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. All right, how about, another heavy story here for you. Ezra Miller has now been hit with a temporary restraining order by two residents in Hilo, a small town in Hawaii, where Miller was arrested earlier this week. We covered this yesterday. The Fantastic Beast and the Flash actor was released from jail after paying $500 in bail and then reportedly threatened a couple on their property that they've been staying at in Hawaii. Police escorted Miller off the property hours after they posted bail. A resident on the property had called the police and asked for advice on removing two house guests. The restraining order against Miller says the actor burst into the couple's bedroom and threatened them. Miller allegedly stole some of the couple. That's him as the Flash. Miller allegedly stole some of the couple's belongings, including a passport and wallet.
What?
The temporary. This dude's unhinged.
He's got there's some sort of chemical something, some sort of or something going on.
Alcohol, or I don't know
something.
what.
But this is really a borderline. Something really serious is going to happen. Level. They need to get a handle on it. I would hang low in the Speed Force for a while, Preston.
Well, let me ask you, Steve, because I get a little selfish when I hear about this stuff. I'm like, can you just do this after the Flash movie comes out? Because
they post. Here's oddly, you have to. And in Hollywood case, that's the first thing. They don't think about how do we tend to Ezra's issues.
Yeah.
When's the movie release? Yeah. The movie release was bumped anyway, so they'll have time, hopefully, by their reckoning, to think this through. And he's in two movies. He's in the
Fantastic Beast.
Yeah, Fantastic Beast movies as well.
Yeah.
And I like him in those.
And that one's coming out. So Miller, by the way, has been the source of 10 police calls in this small town since March 7th.
Yeah.
So I guess March 7th of last year. It is unknown, March 7th this year. What am I talking about?
They called the police 9 times.
9 times?
Yeah.
9 times.
9 times.
It is
They sound Hawaiian.
Unknown at this time how long Miller has been in Hawaii. Fantastic Beasts: The Secret of Dumbledore is being released in April, and so, they're not happy about that.
They're not happy.
By the way, Steven, you had mentioned this. He was recently featured in the Academy Awards broadcast after Zack Snyder's Justice League won in a newly introduced Oscars cheer moment category.
Right.
A sequence described as The Flash enters the Speed Force was voted the most cheer-worthy moment through the online polls. And so footage of Miller's character in the scene was showcased during the Oscars broadcast.
And I love that scene. That scene awesome. Actually makes me tear up. It's so awesome. Yep. But and I like him in that, but he's clearly got substantial issues, and someone needs to step in and get him some help.
Yep. So I saw this. This is pretty cool. Elliot Page's character in the Umbrella Academy will come out as transgender in the show's upcoming 3rd season, he shared yesterday.
It's going to make it easier.
Totally. So Page wrote, meet Victor Hargraves. on social media alongside a photo from the Netflix series, which returns, by the way, June 22nd. Netflix retweeted the post, adding, "Welcome to the family, Victor. We're so happy you're here."
Did you see Elliot was on stage? I forget who the actors were with at the Oscars. Very diminutive. It was a funny picture because he's standing between the other two actors.
Elliot's tiny.
Yeah, tiny.
Paige, who first came out as transgender in December 2020, played cisgender woman Vanya Hargraves in the show's first 2 seasons. At the time, Variety reported that Paige would continue to star on the show and that Netflix was updating all the previous credits to reflect the actor's transition. Sources told Variety that there were no plans to change Paige's character's gender on the show, but now the character, one of a band of adopted siblings with superpowers, will be known as Victor. This is kind of weird. Sources tell Radar that the producers of the VH1 reality show called My Celebrity Dream Wedding are scrambling to remove scenes featuring Casey Anthony from their show. The notorious Florida mom, who was acquitted of murdering her 2-year-old, was a guest at the January nuptials of publicist Chanel Hudson O'Connor. The reality show execs reportedly fear that they will face backlash from sponsors if they don't remove Anthony from the episode.
They had to remove John Wayne Gacy from an episode of Small Wonder.
No way.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I remember that story.
And that required and they didn't have the technology back then.
Sure, yeah. They had the robot.
Yeah.
Wow.
There was a clown at the birthday party?
He was a clown. He was Pogo.
Yeah.
And so what happened is that Vicky could sense his. There was an anomalous thing going on within him, and her sensors were picking up. No one was believing.
Yeah, Jamie Lawson, Harriet the neighbor had no idea.
Right.
Is it pretty sad that we all know their names?
I think this man kills children.
All right, one last story. HBO's upcoming Game of Thrones spinoff, House of the Dragon, will debut on HBO and HBO Max August 21st. That's the date. The company announced the date Wednesday with a picture of what appears to be a hatching dragon egg, which hopefully means that we'll see at least one of the beasts in the upcoming show.
They say it's going to be very similar in tone to MTV's The Grind.
Oh, yeah. Wow. What was the format of The Grind? What was
it was like a dance party.
Okay.
But there was kind of like working out a little bit too, right? Wasn't there like with I
don't remember.
Perhaps. That guy, Eric Nees, I think we had him in the studio.
By the way, Eric Nees, who's a big proponent of drinking your own urine.
Okay.
Oh, I did not know that either.
Good way to work out.
House of the Dragon is based on George R.R. Martin's 2019 book Fire and Blood and is focused on, as the name suggests, House Targaryen. It's set 200 years before the events of Game of Thrones, which features Daenerys Targaryen as one of the main characters, of course. So I'm excited.
Besides special creature characters in that realm, the humans are just human. They're not. They're not.
They don't necessarily. Well,
they're not immortal or live 150 years or
they don't
something.
have powers. Well, she could talk to the dragons, but she didn't have. Well, she could be burned, right?
And she could control fire. Could she not?
No.
Yeah.
No, she couldn't control fire. But she could withstand heat.
She could withstand heat.
Yeah.
That's pretty superpowerish.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
You're right. All right, so we're ready for clips now.
Okay.
Here we go. Stephen Grant discovers that he suffers with a dissociative identity disorder and shares a body with mercenary Mark Spector in Moon Knight. Here, Oscar Isaac touches on the importance of shining light onto mental health in the MCU.
For us to tell a story that's very much point of view inside it makes the viewer feel what it feels like to be dealing with not understanding your own reality and why things are happening the way things are happening. I thought that was a real big opportunity to talk about those things on a massive scale, which is the Marvel Universe.
New episodes, Moon Knight, air Wednesdays on Disney+.
So if you have some issues where you're feeling anxious or something, it's quite possible you're a superhero.
You could be a superhero. So when does this?
It's out.
Is it out?
Yesterday.
Anybody watch it yet?
No,
Yeah,
I want to wait
watched
till
it.
the weekend. What'd you think?
I watched it. I liked it. I have to go back and I have to watch it again. I'm only disappointed that they didn't release 2 episodes at first. Right? They only released 1, and it just, I'm like, come on, man.
The reviews have been good. You got to do the 2.
You got to
do the 2.
All right, so you know what they did with the Righteous Gemstones? They released 1 episode, but it was an hour long
This is
versus their
46
shorter
minutes.
segments. So that's probably going to be the average, I guess, length of each episode.
2.
So that sucks.
2.
Next clip.
All right.
2 episodes of The Righteous Gemstones.
We have another moon thing. Moonshot. begins with a college student who is traveling to Mars to see her boyfriend. So it's based on a real story.
Yeah.
And helps a barista sneak on board the space shuttle. In this clip...
What?
I know.
Okay.
In this clip, Lana Condor talks about how special effects completely shifted her perception of the movie. Here it is.
When we were making the film, everything was green screen, so we didn't really know what any of this was going to look like. So when I was able to finally watch the final cut of the film, it was almost as if I didn't know anything about the movie, and I was just watching it for the first time with brand new eyes.
I don't think I want to see it.
Moonshot premieres tonight on HBO Max. What is the music?
Moon River.
Oh, this is Moon River?
Yeah.
No, this is a big lead to Moon River's a lot more.
It says Moon River. This isn't Moon River. This is a bossa nova.
Yeah, no.
It's like Herb Alpert's Moon River cover or something. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Morrison.
Thank you.
On the mouth trumpet.
It's an upbeat. The original Moon River, Henry Mancini won the Oscar for Best Soundtrack. Breakfast at Tiffany's. Those are fun facts.
Dude, your mouth trumpet is really good.
Pretty good, right?
I almost want to do
Mouth
a
trumpet.
contest, mouth trumpet or actual trumpet.
We can do that.
That is a band name, though, right?
Mouth trumpet.
Mouth trumpet.
Is it?
Yeah.
There was a band called Butt Trumpet.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
okay.
I remember them. They had a song called You're Ugly.
Butt trumpet wins.
Yep, Butt Trumpet. All right, well, let's just, you know what? Somebody make me an old-fashioned right now.
Preston, we're going out on the patio to watch the fireworks.
All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not even going to play the music back, Casey. We're going out with this.
We're going out with this?
Yeah, get rid of that. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, Dan Arbach of the Black Keys will be joining us on the Preston and Steve Show. Hang out with us. Did not like to chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate, she said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now. Shut up.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut. Now.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. This very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittany's, and 3 real estate agents.
I am Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey, would this show work with ugly people? I mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller, lesser network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people. It's just you have these stunning people Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And that's
Could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know, so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22. Yeah, and I don't know how many
It's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine, Casey, if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like, that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat.
Or Booger.
Yes, something like that.
It's not going to work. So anyhow,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
Yeah.
People with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes. That guy. That's it. I love it.
I'd tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
It's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandowski Jr., you got ripped off on that season. You're
gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes.
I love you.
He goes,
I want to be with you.
He goes
forever.
I love you.
I love you. I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
Please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey guys, I like the music.
Like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric.
Oh, that's really cool.
To
Yeah,
make it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
music from Split. Yeah.
Yeah, this was. Hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see
now
that
you
on
can
that-
hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can. Anyway.
Who's the composer? No.
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. Making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of the things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays... I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are. So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending. Which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But Do you, when you shoot those things, and you actually just sit there to see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it? Or are you back and forth, back and forth, back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you 5 guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen, because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process, it's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening to say, oh wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character, it doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her, and so it's listening to it and making a movie and looking at it, you go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way, but actually it's Sam's character that wants to do this, and that process of, I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it's all
bizarre,
sounds really, bizarre
and overly artsy, but I would understand that when you're writing for multiple characters, I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building, and he, a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that. Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful, but he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening, basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh, wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by. And that in that same way, being present as, having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating, is your ability to have empathy. But I've always, coveted the opportunity to do something where there was a pre-existing mythology and something so well thought out. Why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. All that work has been done. And when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow, that's because the person walked in the room and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I wrote Stuart Little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff, and trying to to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out and there's 2,000 people outside. And they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, I'm a classic Philly boy. It's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are. M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just. And it was something stupid to do as a kid that when you would call it, it would dial or it would ring once and then it would pick up and it would go, I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened
lines.
upon it.
No, but the reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. One of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular, and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of them.
You ready for this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
Call me. I've got news you can use.
Straight up. She's going to tell you everything.
Straight up, man.
You straight up call her now.
She'll tell you where she had her nose done.
And you should, because opposites attract.
Call 1-900-909-1800 now.
Call me twice, and I'll send you an autographed picture.
You and Paula together. Just $2 the first minute,
Gave in,
45
started
cents each
listening to
extra
you guys
minute.
this
Kids
year.
ask your parents
Needless
permission.
to say, I'm hooked on the show. And I love listening to all of you. We both listen to the show every weekday and talk about it after work. You guys became a part of our relationship for sure. So please send a shout out to him for putting up with me for this entire year. He loves to be called Tommy Chrissy.
Who wouldn't?
LOL, love you guys. And that is from Jenny Hammerschmidt. So there's one from Jenny. Hammerschmidt's a great name.
It is a great name.
That would lead to some great nicknames.
Isn't it the Hammerschmidt Ballroom? What is the Hammersmith? Oh, Hammersmith.
Hammerstein.
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 And then Frankenstein was the monster. Okay, got it.
Yeah, you got it.
And then this one says, "Morning, Preston. I want to fight you."
Wow, I want to fight you.
Okay.
In the words of Frank Rizzo.
Yeah,
In the words of Rizzo is what this. Yeah, that's the reference there. So,
Get away from me.
I was hoping to.
Your cologne's too powerful.
I
want to fight you.
I did put some on this morning, by the way.
Wait, the gray flannel?
Gray flannel. I've been wearing it like every day.
Yeah.
I have gray flannel mixed with a little tiger balm this morning because my shoulder's kind of sore.
That's the perfect blend.
Yeah, right?
By myself, I'll take you physically. I'll use my mouth on you.
Oh, geez.
So Ron goes on to say, I was hoping to send a shout out to an incredible selfless lady named Tor. No specific date, but the sooner the better. She is a loyal Preston and Steve listener living in Florida at the moment. But she streams you guys daily. I was hoping the crew at PNS could help her hear this message. We're going through a period of reevaluation at the moment, but I just want her to know that I'm doing the work and making positive changes in my life in hopes that she will spend the rest of her life with me.
Tor?
We love you, Tor, from Ron and Riley. Riley is her pup, it says
All
here.
right.
So there's a shout out for
I think Tor is short for Tory.
Yeah, T-O-R.
Okay.
Yeah, Tori. So, by the way, March Madness. So some interesting things took place. Just giving you a heads up on the results from yesterday. Shinedown beat Godsmack. Tom Petty beat Bon Jovi. And that was in Pierre's show.
It was, yeah.
Which is pretty wild. And Tom Petty is a Preston and Steve band, so is Shinedown. Then you had Metallica beat Green Day. Led Zeppelin beat Pink Floyd. Foo Fighters took out Linkin Park. Van Halen beat Rush. I was torn in that one, but as you asked me yesterday, Case, I was leaning towards Rush, but Van Halen took the victory. Then you have Pearl Jam lost to Chris Cornell, Nick.
I don't think it was close. I think Cornell got like 70% of the vote or something like that.
Okay.
I was surprised, but I guess in March Madness, like, I'm not surprised. I'm never surprised with the results, but then I think ahead of time, well, I think Pearl Jam's got this, and then it happens. I'm like, no, all right, they don't.
Well, they're of the same ilk.
Yeah.
And so I think appeal to the same audiences.
Sure.
And the fact that he can bring in the collection of the things, that he's involved with, that certainly helps.
Yeah. Nick, by the way, did you get tickets for the Pearl Jam shows?
Yes.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, just the one show in Camden. And they're doing Madison Square Garden on September 11th, which is kind of interesting. So Pearl Jam in New York City on 9/11. And then later that week, they'll be in Camden.
Okay. And then the last matchup from yesterday was Queen beating the Rolling Stones. Wow. That was a big one. I was kind of feeling that the Stones were going to win that one.
Oh, were you? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's again, I didn't hear what was played. So a lot of times it comes right down to what you're hearing right at the point of voting, and that can sway you substantially.
But I do have to say that you guys, all of you guys, Preston, Steve, Pierre, Pancake, Jackson, Sarah, and Jackie and Brent did a really good job of picking your bands. Because if you look at the Excellent Eight, if you look at the seating, they're all like.
Yeah, they're all pretty neck and neck.
They're all pretty neck and neck. And so for instance, like Tom Petty, that was your pick, Press, and Steve, that was your first pick of that decade bracket. So it's a 4 seed, but you guys, I think, picked last. Well, you know what I'm saying?
No, I know. And everyone is definitely doing a solid job, and the selections are great. Tom Petty happens to always rate incredibly high when they're doing music testing here at MMR.
I have Tom Petty and Metallica in the finals and Petty winning, so we'll see if that holds. Who do you think wins between Zeppelin and Queen?
Oh man,
the default would probably be Zeppelin, but if Queen can take out the Rolling Stones,
I mean, I like Queen more than me personally. My personal pick is Queen.
Me too. Yeah, I'm with you, but I also know the force that Led Zeppelin is, and the people are just diehard about that.
For me, there's only I think one Zeppelin song that I will listen to every time it's on, and all the other it's Over the Hills and Far Away. Yeah. All the other ones, is sort of hit or miss. But Queen, I mean, it's like all their songs I'll listen to every single time I hear it.
For years, Preston, when the rock stations we listened to growing up would have their battle like this.
Yeah.
It was just a given that Led Zeppelin was going to finish off in the number one spot.
Oh, yeah. Or when I grew up listening to, the top 500 or whatever, Indy 500.
What would be number one?
The Stairway to Heaven.
Yeah.
Stairway to Heaven or Layla. From Derek and the Dominoes.
Freebird occasionally.
Freebird, yep.
Yeah, and then, because MGK does it, and I think last year they did Do You Feel Like We Do by Frampton, I think won, which is another great epic song. The length of the song has something to do with it.
I agree with you. So the matchups today will include, at 1 o'clock, Shinedown against Foo Fighters. So like Casey said, we're down to the gate now.
Yeah.
Shinedown against Foo Fighters. So that's the Preston and Steve show against Pancake and Pierre. They have Foo Fighters. We have Shinedown. We took last year's victor. We got first shot. So.
That fan base is so aggressive. We love them.
And then at 3 o'clock, we have Tom Petty against Van Halen. And Jackson and Sarah have Van Halen. Both Steve and I have Tom Petty.
Yep.
5 o'clock, it's the only one we're not in, Steve. Metallica versus Chris Cornell. I got to believe Metallica takes that because their fans are rabid.
I think so again, yeah.
And then at 7 o'clock, the final matchup of the day will be Led Zeppelin versus Queen. Mm-hmm. Jackson and Sarah have Led Zeppelin. We have Queen, and you get to decide who that winner is going to be. So, yeah, and like you said, whatever they choose to play during those sets can sometimes be the difference that it makes.
So when we have our guest on in a moment, do we tell him he lost in the first round?
Who did they lose to?
Hailstorm.
There were a multitude of. That's the one thing with this. Immediately, great bands just get shunted to the side like, oh, well. It's the way it goes.
Yep,
I could never gamble on stuff like this. My ability to predict. But Preston grabbed up Shinedown right out of the gate, and that was as smart a move as you could make.
I disagree, Steve. I think you could gamble on this. Like I said,
could lose a lot,
you
but
could
I could
lose
gamble
a lot.
yeah.
But I'm just saying that basically all of the bands that are picked in this last were the everybody's first pick of that particular bracket. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I think you guys were all pretty keyed in on what the people love.
We had a random selection with Fleetwood Mac, and they surprised us.
Oh my God, yeah. And what you got to do is you have to either go with what you love, or what you think might actually go the distance. It's like your mom, Casey, when she's going through the Final Four. It's all 4 Catholic schools in the final.
She spends
still
months
got Villanova
watching.
in there, right?
I think, yeah, but she had Gonzaga winning it all, but yeah. Yeah.
You pick what you. So she picked what she loved.
Yeah.
Versus what she thinks actually
Heart
might have a
over the
shot
brain.
at it.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that does continue today, and like I said, instead of going off at noon, it's going to be 1 o'clock, and you are the one that makes this happen. So it's brought to you by Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram City. Marissa gave me an indication. We're about a minute away from getting Dan Arbach on this morning.
Real quick, did you see the article I sent you, Preston, about Eric Church canceling his show on Saturday night?
I already had it here.
Okay, all right.
And we don't have time to go into it right now. But
it was a Final Four related thing, which is why I brought it up. And yeah, that's okay. We'll chat about it later.
Yep, but our guest is ready to go.
Oh, there we go.
I love this. Earliest rock star interview ever.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
7:30 in the morning. He's had to have been up all night, I'm guessing, just because of rock stars in there.
Maybe he does goat yoga in the morning.
Maybe he does that. Listen, we love this band. We love his band. Casey had a chance to, when they were in town last, have a one-on-one interview with him.
I was so nervous, but he was gentle with me.
And we just played the song Wild Child from Black Keys. Please welcome Mr. Dan Arbach.
Yay!
Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
All right. Have you been up all night, or did you actually wake up this morning to do this interview?
I've been up all evening.
Okay, there you go. I had a feeling. Rock stars.
I had just enough drugs to do this interview.
All right, excellent.
Listen, you got to know how to parse it out.
Yeah.
It'll get me.
Yeah.
Hey, Hey, Dan, congratulations on, more music. You guys keep cranking it out. The album is coming out May 13th, and we've been playing, like I said, a Wild Child, and it's so wild because normally, before you sit down and talk to a musician, you listen to the whole album, you check it out, and it doesn't really happen that way anymore. We get little bits and pieces. Do you prefer doing it the way things are done now?
Where like one song at a time, you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's kind of fun to set up a record like that, get some, a couple of visuals going and, a couple songs one at a time.
Okay. Speaking of visuals, the video is a trip. So you guys are dressed up as a janitor and a cook at a high school, and it's pretty disgusting too, because you get the pleasure of cleaning up vomit and all that stuff. Whose concept was it to go back into the halls of a high school?
I mean, it's just a documentary.
It's based on fact.
Oh, and by the way, I loved the setup video for the new music where you guys were at a school board meeting, I assume. That's what that was. That was great.
Yeah, we have a lot of angry fans that they can't believe that we're getting treated like that.
Please tell me, did people actually think it was legit?
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's funny.
The concept of putting. Rarely do I get to see videos associated with the music these days, and it used to be an essential part of the process. But you forget how an effective video can help finesse people into listening to the music. So where does it fall on priority list for you guys as far as making sure there's a solid accompanying video?
I don't know. Call us old fashioned, I guess. We like doing it.
Yeah. It seems like you're having a fun time.
Yeah. I mean, I think it should be fun. I mean, we always liked videos like that. So Brian Schlam is the guy who wrote it and directed it, and he's really amazing.
I remember there was a stretch where from the video world, you were getting people like Russell Mulcahy was, started in music videos and became a huge director. You had a conga line of people who graduated from that. So, there's clearly talent in that realm.
Yeah, we're waiting for Brian to get his next movie. We want to be in his movie.
There you go.
Hey, Dan, I wanted to ask about your songwriting. You guys, you just you write awesome, catchy, feel-good, sing-along tunes, which I love. It's the type, I call them roll-down-the-window songs. So you can be in your car, you can roll down the window and just take it in and sing along and kind of forget about everything else and have a good time. And it seems like you just crank them out easily. Has songwriting always been something that just comes naturally to you, or is it a craft that you really had to work on?
I got a lot better as soon as I met Pat.
Okay.
And I think vice versa. We just got lucky, man. We grew up a block and a half from each other, and we had this natural connection. And it was like, as soon as Pat and I started playing music, it would like instantly sounded like music. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was very rare. Still is.
And that's what happens with great bands throughout the history of rock. These people met each other.
Yeah.
They were the right people to meet each other, to influence each other, to feedback, get the right feedback and create some of the greatest music we've ever heard. When it comes to the writing process, because, Pat plays drums, what else does he do that contributes to the songwriting as well? Does he write melodic things?
Oh, man, yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. And we actually started a bunch of these songs are just around the table with some acoustic guitars trying to come up with lyrics with people like our friend Angelo and our friend Greg, who co-wrote some of the songs with us. And Pat was right there with us, throwing ideas back and forth. And when we're in the studio, he's playing synth, he's playing bass, he's playing guitar.
Okay.
I mean, whatever needs doing, we'll give it a shot.
When I had the opportunity, Dan, to sit down and talk to you a couple of years ago, I'd asked you about, when you started taking guitar lessons or something along those lines. You were like, no, I never took a guitar lesson. So essentially, you're self-taught. And I don't know when you picked up the guitar for the first time, but I recently heard an interview with Slash that he was actually like a BMX guy, right? And that's what he did from the time the sun, came up to this, it went down. And then around 14 years old is when he picked up the guitar for the first time and completely stopped riding his bike and music became his life. So at what point, how old were you when you picked up the guitar and did that take over your life?
It was when I was 14.
Yeah. It was the exact same age. Yeah.
It was. I mean, I was playing sports before that, pretty full on. And I played some sports in high school, but when I turned 14, that's when I started playing.
And was like the switch flipped at that point?
Absolutely. Yeah. You kind of you bit with that bug, and it's just like there's no turning back. You know, my family played music. They played bluegrass when we had family reunions, and I would see them play guitars, and that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be able to have a Martin guitar and play and sing those songs with them.
So you're self-taught. How quickly did you take to the instrument? Was it difficult for you, or are you just a natural?
It was hard, but I was young and dumb and butt-headed and just kept at it.
Nice.
It's such a wonderful thing. I wish, that I had learned an instrument. I think it is so important. That's why music programs in schools are so important, because it does help you to think and process things, and it opens up a whole world to you. I mean, you're a perfect example. Was soccer your sport, I think? Was that what I read?
Yeah. I used to play soccer.
And so everything shifts at that point, and that's the great way. If you find something that you're interested in learning, you're an unstoppable force. And sadly, a lot of times kids aren't introduced or given the chance to find that thing.
I know. My biggest regret is I never learned how to play piano. My mom was a piano teacher, and that was like the one place where I rebelled and like an idiot.
Oh, you had your own teacher right there.
Do you think? And it's weird to say, because you guys just put out great song after great song and great album after great album. But do you think had you played the piano that it would make you a better songwriter?
I don't know, man. Every time we have to hire a piano player, I just kick myself.
Son of a bitch.
Speaking of hiring, Dan, I wanted to ask about the dynamic of being in a two-member band that's needs more than that for support when playing live, and choosing who are going to be your musicians for a particular tour. Do you go with people you know? Do you have auditions? How does that work out?
Well, the guys who've been playing with us recently, the Gabbard brothers, are from Cincinnati. They were in a band called the Shams, and the Black Keys played our very first show with them in Cleveland.
Oh, wow.
So we've known them for a long time.
By the way, what was it? Did you post it was 20 years ago? It was a 20-year, was it just
20 years ago?
Yesterday or something like that? Was your first gig?
That's right.
Oh,
that is wild.
What was that night like?
Well, we had 45 minutes of material, and we played it in about 25 minutes.
Yeah, pacing is the big thing.
I don't remember any of it. It was such a blur. I just remember coming to backstage after the show. Like, what happened? What just happened?
Did they tell you to play more because you had more time left?
No, they booked us, and they paid us $10, and then they booked us for 2 weeks later.
Okay.
And we got paid $0 on the next gig.
Wow. All right. So with this hiring, people to play and be a part of your band, do you foresee yourself becoming comfortable with some people and maybe making them a full-time part of Black Keys?
Man, I think Black Keys are just Pat and I.
Okay.
We're in the studio. I mean, we'll invite people to come record with us, but the band is always just going to be the two of us. It's like, we're so fortunate we get to do this, and we've known each other for so long. It's like, that's just what it is. It's the two of us.
Yeah, well, it's like I always think of the example of Ghost. You have essentially the one man who is Ghost, and everyone else is in masks. So all of your backup musicians from here on in, have them wear masks because they're easily interchangeable.
Yeah, Dan and Pat masks.
Exactly.
That's a great idea.
It makes it so much easier.
There's nothing creepy about that.
No, the audience wouldn't be chilled.
No, but I do like you, aside from the band, you do like to collaborate with the same people, time and time again. And I wanted to talk about your relationship with Perry. Perry Shaw, who does your concert posters. He does them for the Black Keys. He does it for your solo stuff. My favorite concert poster
He's
was
from Philly, by the way.
Yeah, he's from Philly, but your concert poster.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I'm letting our audience know that for those who may not know that.
He's never mentioned that.
No. But the one concert poster, it was just words, and it just says the Black Keys aren't as bad as Philadelphians say they are, and that might be my favorite concert poster. Do you have a favorite of yours over the years?
Ooh, I don't know, but everything Perry does, I love. He's the absolute best. Shout out to Perry.
And how did you guys end up meeting and started working together?
We met through a band called Jeff the Brotherhood, who are here in Nashville. I worked on a record with them, and then Perry and I did the first record we did together was for an African group. I recorded a guy named Bambino, and we've been working together ever since.
You know, you talk about being a two-member band, and you have your sound. You know, the concept of what you are seems to be so solidified, and yet you produce other artists. That's a skill I assume you have to develop because it can't be about you. You're going to have to enhance what they are. Was that difficult at first?
No, I love doing that. I love being part of a team. You know what I mean? That's my favorite kind of music. Is like, grew up watching my family play bluegrass, and everyone has a really important role to play. And I like being a part of a record, no matter what. No matter if I'm playing guitar or not. I don't really care, to be honest.
Hey, you know what, Dan, and being Nashville-based and the ridiculous amount of live music that takes place in that town, do you ever just pop out somewhere and go jump in with some people you might know and gig a little bit for fun?
Not very often, to be honest. I mean, I go lurk around at night sometimes, but I don't really bring my guitar with me.
Lurking sounds a little weird.
We go lurk in the shadows of the bar.
Okay, I was not behind hedges and stuff like that. It's just regular nightlife.
Where's Jackie Bam Bam at? Is he in there?
No.
Actually, he's listening. You know, he does the 7 to midnight shift, but he stays up all night long working on his show for the following day. I guarantee you he's listening right now.
Yeah, he's a vampire. He's a mummer.
Yeah. What's your relationship with Jackie?
He's my father figure.
You're in trouble.
I don't know if there's another human on this planet that loves music as much as Jackie Bam Bam.
Wait,
I know.
Yeah,
the enthusiasm is very real.
Yeah.
Dan, are you a fan of ice hockey?
I'm trying to get into it.
Okay.
We got a team here, and I want to take my son.
Yeah, well, the Flyers were just there. The Flyers are not great this year, but every time I hear the song Lonely Boy, I associate it with you and your band because the Flyers did this thing called the Road to Winter Classic. This is probably a decade ago at this point, but they used Lonely Boy so well in that series. And now when I hear it, I just think about this hockey montage. It was voiced. The narration on it was fantastic. And that song does show up in a lot of different pop culture segments and different places. Do you pay attention to when your own songs show up in different pop culture places, or is it just something where you're like, all right, you can license it and then it is where it is?
No, I just get pleasantly surprised, I guess. I love that kind of stuff. I mean, I think that blows my mind when teams play our music. I think that's the coolest.
It used to be such a weird thing because there was everyone's sort of, your spot was in a commercial for, a rental car or whatever. And now there seems to be none of that. People don't automatically bristle at the notion of a band's music ending up for a promotional thing. But I remember years ago, it used to be, they sold out, man.
I know. Pusha T just did a diss song to McDonald's.
Yes, that's right. Yes. I was reading about that.
Yeah.
What was his claim? He claimed that he did the was it Lovin' It, or what was their jingle that he created the hamburger, I think it was.
All right. Well, listen, Dan, we're excited for a whole host of new music from Black Keys, the 11th studio album. Dropout Boogie is on May 13th. We're celebrating the 20th anniversary of the band performing. It's pretty damn cool. You can pre-order that, by the way, dropoutboogie.com, I believe. So if you want to get on ahead of time. And then, of course, you guys are coming to town July 30th in Camden. So Black Keys, summertime
and we've
show.
Got a local band, Ceramic Animal, opening for us.
Oh, nice. Excellent.
Philly band, come on.
Love it, man. We'll bring the love. All right, Dan, thanks for checking in this morning, and we'll tell Jackie Bam Bam, your dad, you said hi.
All right.
And we'll talk again down the road. Dan Arbach, guys.
Hey.
Black Keys on the Preston and Steve show.
And, shout out Jackie like that.
Yeah, totally. I didn't know they were tight.
I didn't see that coming at all.
Can't believe what I just heard. Blabbermouth is going to blow up with this.
It's so wild how many rock stars
He knows everybody.
know Jackie. And it's like, I've met a lot of rock stars too. Not one of them have any idea who I am. Jackie just makes this impression. Absolutely. You got to love the guy. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Bizarre File stories are on the way when we return.
Stardom.
Call me now and find out why.
Pick up the phone. Call 1-900-909-1800.
We're watching the video. She was hot back in the day, man.
What if you called her up, though?
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. Look.
Paul, I'm a big fan. Yeah, great. You want a picture or what?
All right, here is here's another music one for you guys. Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, like walk around, eat food, look at TV sometime.
Yeah?
Sleep. Yeah, it's the Rock's lifestyle, man. My buddy has a car. We'll drive around in it.
A car?
Yeah, car.
Kind of car.
4 wheels. Steering wheel. Got it all, man.
All right, let me play it from the beginning.
Manual windows, CD player. Not at this time, right?
Not at that, though. It would have been a cassette player.
Record player?
Yeah.
Back seat, it skips a lot because, you hit bumps.
All right, here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too. Just unless you think we're just very narrow and just do rock and roll. We do our banking and stuff, too. Grocery shop.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We'll give you the warm, hard facts on our personal lives. Our fans always.
Warm, hard facts. Just like our units, like our penises.
Yeah.
Come first.
Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Kids, ask your parents' permission. You'll get the latest on tours, videos.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day.
What town we blew up last?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day. And learn how you can leave your personal message from Warren.
Or anything else you've got on your mind. Call us and find out what goes on behind tour bus doors.
Oh, let me tell you, last time we blew up, New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
And they probably made a ton of money off their 900 number.
Last town, Little Rock, Arkansas, man. Blew it up.
Wow.
Well, it's actually still there. It's just figurative speech. People, that's some of the stuff we do other than rock and roll.
Figures of speech?
Yeah. Actually, my father burned down his carpet business for insurance money. I don't even know why I just said that. That would be in the list of other things we do besides rock and roll. We make huge mistakes that will send our family members to jail. That was stupid. Learn about more stupid things we do by calling that number.
Oh, my God.
Call it twice and I'll let you know what happens behind closed tour bus doors. We're sleeping. Because been on tour where we blew up Little Rock and New Haven. I guess I'm sort of in a loop here. I should have written down some notes. Initially, this had a whole thing.
Little Rock and New Haven?
Blew them up. Don't even look for them on a map, man. White them out. Warrant.
Yeah.
It's a shame about your dad.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake.
The inventor of the vibrator actually heard a voice that said, if you build it, they will come.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Wow.
It's like Field of Dreams.
I know. It's just like
Field of
isn't it?
Screams, Preston.
Same thing that ended up happening with this particular thing we're about to do. It was a dream we had. The dream has been realized, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Brickyard 500. In the corner of the Preston and Steve studios stands a track that is ready to receive racing apparatus. It is called the Brickyard, and the $500 comes from the $500 in cash that we're going to be giving away. As Nick is on location at the track, which is about 8 feet away from where I am right now.
We can see him from our vantage point, which is 8 feet away.
You guys are up in the sky booth.
Yes, we are.
How is the weather trackside, Nick?
That's beautiful out. You should see it from down here, Preston.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous out, and
you're close. You're close to the track, and I got to say, I have to imagine it looks pretty spectacular from where you are.
Perfect conditions for racing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's meet our racers, if that's cool. We're going to start with our first one, and then we'll explain how the race is going to happen. Let's go and meet Aaron. Hey, Aaron, how are you?
I'm going to race the Duracell Pink Nightmare today.
Oh, my God. Now, let me tell you something. What I'm looking at there, if I was into this stuff, I'd get that sucker. That looks like it does everything.
I'm fairly certain this will break concrete.
Hey, Aaron, is that a jackrabbit?
It's something, all right. I don't know.
All right, nice to go. All right, and let's meet our lone male contestant this morning. This is Michael. Hey, Michael.
Wow.
How you doing, man?
Hey. From Newtown Square, and today I'm riding the Purple Pocket Power Pen.
Purple Pocket Power Pen.
Purple Power Pocket Pen.
Now,
Purple Pocket Power Pen.
It's really, the fact that you can say that quickly is pretty impressive. Yeah. Preston, do you know the story? They are one and only male, and we said, the question went out, do you actually use this? Well, I'll ask you, do you actually use this?
Yes, I do.
Is it used in the back door?
Yes.
Okay.
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 All right. We got
prostate stimulation.
Okay.
Oh!
We don't need all the specifics on that.
To be honest, I wanted to know too.
Yeah,
I wanted to know too.
Okay.
Why don't we talk to the next contestant?
All right, let's go to our next contestant. Our next contestant is the lone anonymous contestant, and she's actually wearing a mask. We have a stormtrooper helmet on.
Yes.
Did she bring that, or is that ours?
I think that's ours, and we want to welcome Miss X. Good morning, Miss X.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, and tell us a little bit about what you have there. Do you have a name for your vehicle?
This is the Powerful Purple Rocket.
Another purple
And
thing.
Just letting you know, this is my mask.
This is your
mask.
Okay, fair
You're
enough.
a badass.
How confident do you feel in winning this race?
I think this thing's pretty powerful.
Okay.
So I think this is going to be no competition.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, Rachel.
Hi, everyone. My name's Rachel.
Nice to meet you. And
Hi.
Rachel, what do you have there? What's your vehicle?
I call this is what I came for.
This is what I came for. That's a perfect name.
I like it.
I don't want to handicap the race, but I think this one is going to come in dead last.
I think so too.
Because of the shape of it.
It's not.
It's not designed for racing. It may be designed for pleasure, but
it may not go anywhere. We'll find out in just a moment. And then last but not least, our final contestant is Valerie. Welcome, Valerie.
Hi there. My apparatus is the purple banana.
The purple banana. And purple
seems to be the color of a self-violation.
4 out of the 5.
Yeah.
Nice. What we're gonna do is, I tell you what, ladies, start your dildos. Ladies, start your dildos. Are the racers ready? Yeah. All right, Marissa, in 3, 2, 1, let's go racing. And they're on their way. Wow, one has jumped out. Nix, whose is that?
That's the middle track, race number 3. That's Miss X. Oh, no, it's Michael.
It's Michael.
The lone man. Oh, the abomination.
Oh, my God, the man way out in front.
The giant pink one hasn't even left the starting line.
He's just sitting there spitting out of control, not moving at all.
Michael's is almost to the end.
Almost to the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, from race number 1, we have a winner.
Oh, my God. And let me tell you something
Okay.
here. They laughed when they said, a guy's going to be a part of this.
I know.
They said, hey, really?
Yeah.
And remember, we were mocked. We were actually, people would point to us when we walk out in public.
Yeah.
You're actually going to let a man in this. Dominate.
All right, are all the racers ready?
Yes, indeed.
And 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they're off.
Oh, it's a much closer race.
Oh! Michaels is headed out to a huge lead. I can't see it all, Nick. You're going to have to describe what's going on.
Michaels is out to a big lead once again, Preston, although there is one in the lane number 3 that has been catching up, but it looks like Michaels is inching closer to the start-finish line, or to the finish line, I should say. I believe he's going to take heat number 2.
Valerie looks like she's in second place there.
Heat number 2, once again, goes to Michael.
Oh, he is dominating.
He's off the track.
Wow. All right, and the ladies have started him up again. And ladies and gentlemen. All right, Nick, are they in place?
They're in place, Preston.
All right, final heat of the Brickyard 500 in 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they are off.
Wow, this one's off to a closer start than any of the races thus far.
There's a crash.
Yeah, it looks like we do have some rubbing going on, and rubbing's racing, especially when you're really rubbing it hard.
Rubbing to the point of being chafed, Preston.
Yeah, it's rubbing is something you can expect.
Oh, who's out there? Who took a lead?
It looks
Michael.
Michael!
Once again.
You are the man!
Wow, Rachel's has crossed lanes, but we got another winner. Michael just again crossed the finish line. Unbelievable.
Earnhardt of dildos.
Our number one winner by far. 15 points, way out in front, undisputed champion of the Brickyard 500. It's Michael. Hey, friend, you're a smart shopper. You know this, right? Window Nation. And I want to mention this because if you're a short smopper,
If you're a short smop,
short smopper.
I think any short smop knows a savings when they see it.
I think we've lost Casey. Smart shopper is what I meant.
Yes.
The best time to purchase a car or home is when the interest rates are at their lowest and you save a lot of money. What if I told you, short smopper, that my friends at Window Nation are offering 0% financing on all windows for 5 full years?
Listen, you don't have to be a sharp smopper to know that that's a great deal, especially because if you have a lot of windows. My wife and I just signed up with Window Nation. We have a lot of windows to replace, and they are going to do a great deal for us. They are absolutely the experts.
And you are a sharp smopper.
I am a sharp smopper.
Free windows as well right now. For every 3 windows you buy, you get 2 additional windows for free. There's no limit on this. Call Window Nation today. Get your new windows installed just in time for the holidays. Go with the team that's installed over 350,000 windows and was ranked recently 5th in the nation for window replacement. 0% interest for 5 full years and 2 free windows for every 3 you buy. 866-90Nation or windownation.com. That's 866-90Nation or windownation.com. Tell them that Preston and Steve sent you.
All kinds of rock.
The one and only Mr. Michael Ian Black.
Yes.
Hello.
How are you, Michael?
I am blown away by the traffic report. Just watching you do it live to me is unbelievable. Just a string of words just blazing out of your mouth. Just words. You say them with such confidence. Even though you're reading it, you're clearly reading it from a screen.
Yes.
You have all the information in front of you. I don't know how you do that.
Well, thank you.
You will be amazed at how many people, and we're talking top-level actors and directors, sit there in awe of Kathy's traffic abilities.
It's amazing to see that.
Even politicians have commented on that. And your screen over there, by the way, I couldn't do it. It's not all verbatim. She kind of, just gives basic information.
Much of it is wildly inaccurate, but it does present nicely.
Oh, I never find traffic reports accurate at all.
You want to try it? Do you want to go over to it?
Yes.
Do you really?
Okay, pull up a screen.
Okay, go over there to Kathy's.
I think Michael impresses me as someone with a very competent ability.
So
here.
you're just going from here to where? All the way down?
Well,
Did you
no,
read
I don't.
all of that?
I don't
She
go.
picks out.
Yeah, I'll pick out. I don't do everything, and I don't go in
which to pick. How do you know? How do you even prioritize Pennsylvania Turnpike? What WB? What does that mean? Oh, westbound. Okay. Pennsylvania Turnpike, westbound west of Willow Grove. That's exit 343 to Fort Washington. Backed up 12 minutes. I can't do it.
He's gone. He's out.
I'm just staring at it. Where? This one?
Yeah.
Over on the Vine Street Expressway, I-676, westbound between I-95 and Broad Street, an accident that has been cleared away. We did have a 2-minute delay, so you might want to watch out. I don't know.
That was good.
That was not bad.
The amount of panic I felt in that moment.
It's pretty
the
good.
Stress of that. How long did it take you to learn how to do that?
You know what? Still learning. The first time I ever did it, I was on TV, and it was probably the worst experience I ever had.
All right, that makes me feel better that you're just not a natural at it.
I had the weather guy at the time over at the station I was working for called me afterwards, and he was like, "Look,
you're through in this business."
No, he goes, "It happens to all of us. Get past it and make sure your next one is better." And I did, and it helped because I was mortified. Fortunately, it was 4:00 in the morning.
Right,
but still, I was.
Well, that's the time to train.
At 4:00 in the morning,
right?
Clearly,
right.
You know what always amazes me though, with that skill set is the people who do the weather reports and have just the green screen and are pointing at things. I could not do that. I have no.
But there's a logic to that there isn't to the track.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Monster Jam. The Big Leagues Monster Truck Competition comes to Lincoln Financial Field April 16th, and you can visit monsterjam.com for details. So, an Ohio man is facing a theft charge after allegedly stealing $336.93 worth of sex toys from an adult novelty store. Cops responded Saturday morning to a panic alarm from a Cerigliano's store west of Cleveland. Cerigliano's is a 60-store chain with outlets across the Midwest. And a store employee identified the shoplifting suspect as a white male carrying a large knife on his hip.
Wow.
Upon arriving at the store, officers spotted Joshua Millsap exiting Cerigliano's and entering the passenger side of a Ford sedan parked outside. When they confronted him, Millsap reportedly admitted to stealing the merchandise from the store. They recovered some of the sex toys from the vicinity of the car's passenger seat. A Cerigliano's clerk advised that there were items that were still missing. Millsap then reportedly...
Why are you walking like a duck?
...copped to cutting a slit in his jacket and concealing the other sex toys in the garment. Once they checked the jacket, they located the additional items, and I have a list of the things that he stole, if you're interested in hearing those.
Yeah, please, let's give us something to think about for the holidays.
He got the shapeshifter anal, the vibrating ring, a 3-pack of C rings, universal pump sleeve, a urethral sound trainer.
Ooh,
no.
So what is that?
Sounding is when they... Well, Casey had that yesterday at his doctor's appointment.
Oh, yes.
It was great.
Where
I
they
totally
stick
get it.
that where, yeah.
Oh.
And what kind of sound does it make besides...
He also stole an inflatable G vibrator and something called Stay Hard donut rings.
They're great for dads and grads. The anal shifting thing, that's
shapeshifter anals.
Yeah.
So Millsap was cited for misdemeanor theft since he was the subject of an outstanding warrant in another jurisdiction. Police turned him over to state police. This is messed up. When investigators found 15 thawing body parts of a young woman in black garbage bags in a steep ditch in northern Italy last Sunday, they were unclear exactly where to start the identification process. It was clear that she had been dead for months, but no immediate missing person search turned up any likely identities. Though her body parts had been frozen and reasonably well preserved, her face had been burned.
Oh, my God.
Making it impossible to identify her easily, police say. But 7 of her 11 distinct tattoos were intact. So the police started trying to match the tattoos to any known photos posting some on a missing persons alert. Within a few hours, she was identified as Italian-Dutch national Carol Maltese, an adult actress who worked under the name Charlotte Angie. She started her career on OnlyFans during the pandemic.
Oh, boy.
And was picked up by several international pornography production houses and had done several shoots abroad.
I wonder if this was a stalker fan situation.
Among the tattoos still visible were the words Step by Step on her right ankle, Wanderlust on her collarbone, Elegance is down her back, and she also had an inverted V on an inner thigh and 2 on the other, which were recognizable in many of her porn films. And it was soon clear that she had not posted any pics to social media since January, and her friends reported her missing. They thought maybe she was on a photo shoot or something like that, or a video shoot. Last week, police released her name to find out if any had information about her grisly demise. And early Tuesday, police swooped into the home of a 43-year-old banker named David Fontana, and they charged him with first-degree homicide.
God.
The man came forward when her name was announced to say that he knew her but denied having anything to do with her disappearance. Police said they soon found inconsistencies with his story and started tracking his movements over the last several months. And the search of his home found an ample freezer, the same style garbage bags, and DNA evidence linking him to the murder. That's messed up.
Particularly brutal.
Yep. A 17-year-old boy was arrested Tuesday in relation to a destruction of property investigation that included a dumpster fire, a brazen bakery break-in, and vandalized vehicles.
Did you say a brazen bakery break-in?
Yes, a brazen bakery break-in.
A brazen bakery break-in.
No, brazen bakery.
Okay.
Brazen bakery break-in. Omaha police responded to the break-in call around 6:08 a.m. Tuesday morning at the Cake Gallery. When officers arrived at the scene, they noticed cakes missing from their business. Jeffrey Massey, the owner of Tresenbold, also called police to report a dumpster fire on his property. He said, while investigating the fire, he noticed that his business car had been damaged, and officers found multiple cars damaged, some of them with cakes smashed onto the car's broken windshields.
Is that the home of Connie's Cake Kayaks?
And they also found 5 trash cans on fire and tires slashed on 30 vehicles.
Holy hell.
Some vehicles had all 4 tires popped. So somebody went
nuts.
Crazy.
Yeah.
This kid ended up, they tracked him down. They found him. He was booked into the detention center for multiple charges. Police believe several other teenagers were involved in the incident.
I had a sugar rush.
The investigation is continuing. And then we'll do one more story. Okay, this one's a little involved, but very interesting, okay?
I'm on board.
This is in Palm Beach, Florida. A resident named Nicole Hayden had an attractive pursuer slide into her DMs, but she had no idea that her first encounter with the face of a man she thought she was talking to would eventually end up into a wild story that you have to see to believe. He introduced himself as Marcus, a marine engineer whose profile included a short biography reading, "I'm not for everyone, but I'm okay with that." Hayden, who is a single mother of two, said the first messages he sent were casual, but within days, he quickly advanced to gestures. All of a sudden, she said, "I was starting to see it was becoming heavy. I love you. I want to marry you." I immediately knew something was wrong at this point. Before she eventually blocked the account, Marcus even suggested traveling to Florida to meet her family for Thanksgiving. Nicole also explained that before she blocked him, she had sent the man a photo of herself at the beach, and that Marcus ended up altering that photo into one that made her look like she was naked. And Marcus attempted to use the pic to blackmail her and demanded $6,500. So she just she blocked him and all that stuff. So she didn't fall for the extortion plot. But one day, the photograph of the man used by Marcus showed up again on her Instagram. It was the same photo as before, but with a new name this time. The profile said that they were Alex the officer, or Alessandro Cinquinci, who claimed to be a veteran officer with Carnival Cruise Line. And in the most plot twist that's ever been, the two started messaging and eventually FaceTiming, and she discovered this time he was actually the dude that was saying who he was.
What?
The other guy, the scammer, was using the picture of this guy.
Holy hell.
Isn't that wild?
That is wild.
So the couple then began dating, and he lives in Miami, she lives in a different part of Florida. The couple had been dating since January and jointly decided to go public with their story in an effort to warn women. Apparently, Alex's photo is being used by hundreds of imposters every day. So it's just one of those guys that gets his picture used.
Yeah. And it happens to people that we know.
And he's the real guy. And she had tried to get scammed by somebody who was using this guy's photo.
Yeah, just by happenstance.
And then meets the legit guy, and they hit it off.
That's crazy.
Isn't that wild? Yeah, so...
Love, right?
Cinquinci said that he has received messages from women around the globe, anywhere from Peru to right in our own backyard of Palm Beach County, with many of the women telling him his imposter uses names like Alex, Thomas Riley, and we can't forget good old Marcus, he said.
He's a good-looking dude.
He's tried to stop it and can't put an end to it.
At some point, we got to chat with Karen Hepp about what she went through, because she's been open about it now. She's allowed to talk about it. Yeah, very similar. And
she's still going through it.
Yeah, it could actually make it to the Supreme Court, which is fascinating. And so, there are so many vagaries when it comes to the law here, and I'm really interested to hear what her experience has been like.
There are people that are using my photo on some dating sites and stuff like that.
And you're really hot.
And first of all, you're an idiot. You could do way better than me, okay? And
that's Preston Robisi.
Yeah, so it's and really, I don't have any recourse.
Yeah.
So, whatever. Yeah. But you know what? It feels kind of good to know that I'm still out there.
Yeah.
Even
if you're not out
still out there, even though I'm not really out there. I'm still working it.
Hey, ladies.
Yeah. Hey, ladies.
Or gentlemen.
Come here.
The name is Dr. Chet Wainwright.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break, but not before I give away some movie passes. We have this screening of the movie Ambulance, which is on Tuesday.
Who are you going to call?
The screening will be at the AMC Fashion District in Center City. So we'll take 5 callers right now, 215-263-WMMR. It's directed by Michael Bay. Jake Gyllenhaal is in it. We have Yahya Abdul-Mateen and so on. It's rated R, only in theaters April 8th, but this screening is next Tuesday, and it will be at the AMC Fashion District in Center City. So 5 callers. We'll give you those movie passes. Back in a moment. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3. WMMR.
The weather, just to the side on the monitor, and you're a trained meteorologist, you can understand that certain symbols mean certain things, but if you're just looking at a string of words like you are, somehow you have to make sense of that and assimilate it on the spot. Look, what I do is brilliant. Let's not mince words. What I do is genius on a level that you can only imagine. But what you do is a skill that probably anybody can
You know
learn.
what, Michael? You know what? The worst part
In a way, that was a very touching compliment.
Was that a compliment?
The worst part about traffic is when you're waiting to hear the traffic and you're waiting to hear the road that you have to either avoid or get on. And then you space out, and you're like, "Oh my God,
you missed it."
What did she just say? She just said my road, and I wasn't paying attention.
That happens with me with the weather report. The one day that I'm looking to have the information for is the day I invariably glaze over and don't listen to.
Right. Well, there exists now, or maybe it's just coming online, technology where you can plug what you want into, apparently it's your telephone.
Exactly right.
And then it will actually tell you what the weather forecast is going to be. And if you miss it, you can do it again.
We are creatures of habit. And so we end up like you default back to a kid waiting to see if your school is closed.
That's right.
It's
All right,
all
Michael, do you live in Los Angeles?
I live in the Connecticut section of Los Angeles.
Connecticut is a little further east.
Very East LA.
Furthest most eastern town or state in California.
Well, let me ask you then: how did Michael Ian Black, little Michael Ian Black, who was growing up on the shores of Connecticut, California, how did you end up in entertainment? What was the path that led you there?
I, as a very young person, I was 9 years old, and I was sent away to summer camp. And I did a play there. I don't know why. I think because there was a girl I had a crush on.
Of course.
Who was doing the play.
What camp were you at? Tecumseh?
It was not called Tecumseh. It was called Camp Najiwa.
Okay.
A Jewish camp with an Indian name. And
that's so unique.
It has a better ring than like Camp
Comanche
Shivowitz or something. It's just
Camp Shivowitz. Well, it's a joke because that's where the Indians send their kids.
Camp Cavalli.
And then I did it, and then I came home that summer, and I was like, Mom, I'm going to be an actor.
Yeah.
And then, she was like, whatever, because I was 9. But then I never wavered from that. So I'm now living the life choices made by somebody who could not tie his own shoes.
But it's interesting because you're a writer, you're a performer, you've directed. You have these sort of things that present themselves to you. Like my focus was originally going to be television and try to do the radio. Came along. I'm like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. This is great. But I think the thing that I've found with many people is that, and we've said it time and time again on the show, at a certain point, you say, am I going to do this? And then you eliminate safety nets and just go for it.
Well, I never gave myself the safety net to begin with.
Okay.
I think most parents encourage their kids to, get a degree in something or have some kind of backup plan. And I knew that if I did that, it would be too easy to do the backup plan and not do the thing that I wanted to do. So my feeling is that when I started, everybody said, show business seemed like an impossible way to make a living. I didn't know anybody in show business. Nobody in my family was in. It just didn't. It seemed so remote. But crazily enough, as I've gotten older and into the business economy has changed, people in creative professions in a strange way have an advantage because we're used to hustling, we're used to doing stuff, and these jobs, at least so far, can't be outsourced. So in a weird way, my profession is more stable than the professions that were stable when I was a kid.
It's more merit-based. It's more, that makes sense.
In my case, not so much merit. It's just the fact that I'm gorgeous.
Yeah. It's just
I guess that's merit in its own way.
Yeah,
but I'm just gorgeous. So I've just been very fortunate. Just in terms of my cheekbones, I've been very fortunate.
Yeah.
Jackie Bam Bam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, there's a little delay, but I'm here. Take a look at this guy. Can you see him?
By the way,
Friday the 13th. Hi, Michael. Whoa.
It's Halloween, and it's Michael Myers.
And then we have a chain-wielding maniac from the Bates Motel, and actually 2 of them. One of them has a scarecrow mask on. Another one has just a psychotic-looking face. So, Jackie, they look like they're ready to go, man.
Can you smell the gasoline from here? I'm ready to play with some dangerous toys. I'm ready.
He's so into this.
Jackie?
We're going into the house right now.
Okay.
Damn
now,
it.
we heard that our birthday boy might be awake, so we have to go with a different tactic.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay, you guys ready, Jackie?
Here we go.
All right.
On 3.
Go ahead.
Okay?
Everybody ready? 1, 2, 3.
There's nobody in there. There's nobody in there. There's nobody in the bedroom. There's no one in the bedroom. It's an empty bed. Are they in the wrong room?
Where did he go? How did he work on it?
Wait.
He was supposed to be here. We had scouts.
Don't drop the F-bomb, please.
There's nobody in the bedroom.
Amazing.
There's absolutely no one in the bedroom.
Go to the bathroom. I think he's taking a piss.
His bed is made.
Let's go in the bathroom. He might be.
Yeah, he'll never see you coming.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
I don't think his bed is made. He didn't sleep in that bed last
I
night.
don't even think he's there.
No, he's not.
Look at how confused everyone looks.
Where's your boy at?
I feel bad for the guy.
Preston wants to say hello to you.
Oh, here, hang on. I'll bring up the phone line. Hi.
I am utterly disappointed.
Is this Jimmy?
I don't know how this happened. I'm like shaking here because I'm so angry.
This has never happened before. I can't. Well, we've done enough of these. Eventually, it was bound to happen.
I think it's great.
Well, you know
It's
what?
just
I
difficult.
say he doesn't get his chainsaw.
I'm wondering about that too.
Yeah.
You know,
I think they're starting up the chainsaws again, guys.
there's no need to start up the chainsaws again right now. Is there?
No.
Yeah.
I think we can just move on to the next one.
Wow.
The next cemetery, away we go.
That's fake.
He's fake?
Yeah.
You sure? Michael, be careful, Michael.
Happy Halloween. I'm here.
Are you ready?
All right, let's go. Okay. There's a deer head. There's some saws. Oh, this guy's really into horror movies. Yeah. Let's get everybody upstairs.
Up the stairs again.
It's a tight staircase.
Yeah, it is.
There's Jackie's ass crack.
Jackie's ass crack.
Yeah.
Tight like the crack of my ass.
Okay, we're gonna go on 3. Okay. We ready?
Yeah. We're ready.
Ready?
I'm always.
We're gonna go on 3. Hold on. 1, 2, 3.
Start him. She completely covered herself up.
Chainsaw wake up.
I see that.
Somebody got you.
God damn it, Joe.
God damn it, Joe.
Is that Curry?
Hi.
Hi, Curry.
Good morning.
Is this Carrie?
Yes.
Carrie, say hello to Preston and Steve.
Hi.
Hey, Curry. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
She can't hear with the chainsaw.
Hey, Curry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah, this is courtesy
Is that
of
my fire
Steve.
alarm?
He wanted, I think. Yeah. Oh my God, that's right. They have gasoline operated devices. It's probably setting off your. It's okay. There's no real fire. Just gas fumes. You'll be okay.
Hey, Kathy's asking if she has clothes on. Do you have clothes on? Are you? There you go.
Hi, honey.
Curry, do you have clothes on?
No, I don't.
Well, that ought to teach you.
Hi. Seriously, like a whole shit ton of people in my
A whole lot of people.
Try not to drop any curse words. We're live on the radio right now.
Well, not now, dick face.
Our boyfriend just took the battery out of the fire alarm. Here.
Okay.
Very good.
Remember to replace it.
Yes.
That was nice. Room's a mess.
That would have ruined it.
If I cleaned up the mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently you're a big.
She's half naked. The other roommate just
Not
came
half.
downstairs. Hi, y'all.
Not half.
Happy
She's fully
Halloween.
naked.
Say hi to Preston and Steve.
Are you f***ing serious?
Okay, I gotta bring the audio down because they're cursing way too much.
She's the unhappy roommate.
She looks like the unhappy roommate. So listen, Curry, this was courtesy of Steve. He says that you guys, both you and Colleen, are big horror fans. So we thought this would be a fun way to get you up on Halloween morning. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Now the shock's worn off. Yeah, this is pretty funny.
All right, cool. And to fellow horror fans, have a great day today and put some clothes on.
And then I have one last story. That's it.
Man, this is we left high and dry now.
Ray Donovan alum Paula Malcolmson and Da Vinci's Demons Blake Ritson are joining Sci-Fi's Superman prequel called Krypton.
Really?
Yes.
This is interesting.
Well, that's why I brought it up. I knew you would find it interesting.
You finished strong.
Which is set to premiere in 2018. The show will be set 2 generations before the destruction of Superman's home planet and will follow his grandfather as he fights to save his House of El from chaos.
What if Superman's grandfather, though, was just an accountant on Krypton?
Okay.
Not as exciting.
No.
Here's some deductions you probably had not considered.
Episode 1.
You have to do estate planning.
Right.
You have to. You can never know. Look, the planet could blow up. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the planet could blow up someday. Right, crazy. I know, crazy talk. Blah, 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 blah. And here you are, and then the planet blows up, and we don't, things go awry. It happens.
I wonder what his name is. He had Kal-El.
Sal.
Maybe he's Mel-El.
Sal-El.
Sal-El. Krypton, CPA.
Thanks for having me over today, folks. This will take about an hour. Have some documents for you to sign.
No, but I never wanted to get a trampoline once I had kids. I'm like, I don't think so.
Well, you hear too many stories.
Too much liability, too.
Yeah. Oh, the neighbors? Oh, yes.
Everywhere I lived, there was always at least one in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And you could just go use theirs.
But these places sound, because it's not just the floor,
great.
it's the walls.
Well, you jump from trampoline to trampoline, and they've got padding in between them. And then, yes, they have some, Steve, that are at an angle.
Yeah.
Now, they have very specific rules about what you can and can't do.
Okay.
As far as, and there are little videos that are running that you can't, do flips off of the ones that are off of the.
Oh, you can't?
I'm pretty sure. Kathy, did they have like a video running? I'm thinking of Sky High, they have it.
Yes. No, they had something when we were waiting in line for the obstacle course. They had a video running.
Because I was so bummed that I couldn't, because I went to the Sky Zone.
Yeah.
And I couldn't use that one. I was like, all right, we'll start it here at the foam pit, and then I'm going to go over to that one where they have trampoline walls. And I never got to do the trampoline walls.
Here I go.
I need to go back there because when I what's that place called? Get High?
Get Air.
Ricochet.
Get high.
That's a different part.
Get High are open Monday through Wednesday, noon to midnight. But
Get high.
Because I went there to pick my son up from a birthday party, and I ended up jumping a little bit just, because it was the end of the night. Everybody was kind of getting their shoes on. So, I had to.
You went for a jump.
I had to impress the kids.
Gonna go for a quick jump.
Look at this fat guy jump.
Somebody's texting in next mixer, trampoline park.
I think so.
That would be cool.
Party or something
we can
like
all
that.
leave with sprained ankles and hurt backs.
And another potential to hurt ourselves, I want to have a roller skating party sometime.
Yes.
That's been, that has to happen.
It has to. Can I wear a helmet, though?
Yeah.
All right. You're not going to make fun of me?
Well, of course I am.
I need like wrist guards.
Casey, I've been when we do the river rink ice skating. Casey always wears a helmet to that, and I just find it funny because it's nothing but kids and one adult skating around with a helmet on.
I want a roller skate.
an inspiring story from Touchstone.
Oh no,
he wasn't like the other children.
Oh dude,
he was a full-grown man with his own children. The story of Helmet.
with his own children.
We're gonna call you Helmet. I'm got a helmet on because I like to roller skate. Daddy-daughter night. Wait a second, you have children? Dear God.
Dear God.
I just, you
feel safer.
I feel safer. I don't.
I ride a helmet when I ride a bike. I wear a helmet.
I ride a helmet when I wear a bike.
It doesn't go very fast, but it's totally safe.
Yeah. Look at this idiot.
The other way around. Holmes on a little bit in the 9 o'clock hour. There's this interesting story. Country music star Eric Church. I hate country music. I can't stand it. So this wouldn't be a big deal to me personally, but I hate when people cancel last minute on you, and I can't stand that. And he canceled a sold-out show that was scheduled for Saturday in San Antonio, and it's all so he can go to a Final Four game between Duke and North Carolina. He's canceling his own sold-out show.
Didn't have enough respect for his audience to lie to them.
Wow. Right, yeah, come on, man.
Right.
I mean, somebody in your family
I found
died
a lump.
or something.
Yeah.
He didn't even reschedule. He flat out canceled it. Yeah.
People had made provisions for babysitters and altered plans and have whatever the hell they're doing. I just wanted to see the goddamn show, and he cancels it.
I mean, listen, this sucks for sure for people who, bought the tickets however long ago and was excited about the show, but I don't have the same reaction that you guys did. Like Casey just said, a-hole. Like, to me, it's his show. It's up to him. He can do what he wants. I don't find it.
So you'd be happy if you were.
No,
if you,
I just said that. I don't think. I get it. I get that it's an inconvenience for people and they're probably disappointed, but I wouldn't call him an a-hole over it.
Well, I bet you some of the fans would, and that's the thing.
No, and you guys would, but I'm just saying, I don't feel that. I don't get that reaction. I'm like, that would stink, but I mean, the dude wants to go see a game.
I think that is a dick move, and I think that qualifies for a-hold'em. It is especially, people who will look at you. We were talking about with Taylor Hawkins dying and so on and so forth. Look, when Dave Grohl broke a limb and got up on stage and did the
Played
show.
a tour.
Yeah.
Like that. By the way, so that opens the discussion of people who have canceled on you for a stupid reason. And feel free to call and share your stories. 215-263-WMMR. Don't tell me you have one.
Well, no, I guess this would probably be opposite, but somebody didn't come to my wedding because they fell asleep.
Oh my God, really?
They didn't come to.
That was a mistake.
No, that was a lie. That was just obviously what they told.
Oh, okay.
I think. Well, yes. This whole notion. Sometimes, and I've been guilty of embellishing. Like I may have had a stomach thing earlier in the day, but I just carried over into avoiding going to something and canceling.
Oh, right.
But I mean, on this level, that's a pretty big level to cancel at.
It was actually kind of one of the upsides of the pandemic because you could have been like, I'm sorry, I'm just afraid to see people right now.
I've got a 90. I live with a 96-year-old.
Yeah, it's immunocompromised. I can't go
I mean,
out.
not really, but hypothetically, I would do that. So,
All right, so you know what they ought to do? Just fun. They ought to cancel the Final Four basketball game. See how he feels about it. I mean, and that's it. So maybe within if he's got a sellout show and it's thousands of people, at least a handful of those. This is a very special night for them.
Well,
you
they
know
were
what
flying,
I mean?
people were flying in.
Just like going to this basketball game is a very special thing.
How
for
do you like
him.
it now?
Yeah.
Welcome to the Church of FU.
Yeah. That's just dumb. But listen, Kathy's right. He can do it if he wants to.
Yeah,
he did.
I guarantee you he is going to, at least some people, he's going to push away from his from being fans from now on. Hang on, I want to go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, Mike?
So I was just, before I go into work, I just wanted to say, this is not any Final Four game. This is like the most storied rivalry in college sports. And they've never played each other in the tournament, let alone in a Final Four. So I would cut him a little bit of slack. I'm sure he's going to do something for the people that order tickets.
Listen, and I understand there are moments like where there's something that is huge. In this case, however, your profession is satisfying and keeping your fans happy. This isn't. Sometimes that's one of the requirements of what you're doing when you're in entertainment, honoring a concert obligation, no matter what message is telegraphed to diehard fans who this night means just as much, Mike. What does it say to them?
Well, I mean, this concert could be just as big for them as this game is for anybody who's a fan of either one of those two teams. This is could be a once in a lifetime.
Shouldn't the default
for them to play each other in the tournament?
Wouldn't you say, Mike, the default though should be for your audience? Yeah. Like, in other words, you got everything has to
I would think so.
break in favor of the audience.
I don't think there's.
I feel for them.
Yeah.
They put out their money and their time to make that happen. But I also understand the other side of it because I'm a huge fan.
All right. No, I hear you.
I don't.
Thanks, Mike.
And I don't think that there's any. I don't think there's any defending this guy. It's not like he went to Duke. It's not like he went to UNC. You know, he's just from North Carolina.
You need.
Here's the deal: like
you need to lie.
Well, lie, right? I'd much rather
out
you
of
lie
respect
and wear a freaking costume or a disguise to go to the game. But also, you know, blame your handlers or the people who schedule this stuff, right? You know, when you're scheduling this stuff. There is this concert date is on the Final Four, and this is so big to me that like just on the possibility.
He's a flaming turd.
He does say he's rescheduling it, though.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
When did he say that? Because yesterday was flat out cancel.
CBS Sports says that he's rescheduling.
His statement said, "This is the most selfish thing I've ever asked fans to do, to give up your Saturday night plans with us so that I can have this moment with my family and sports community. However, it's the same type of passion felt by the people who fill the seats at our concerts that makes us want to be a part of a crowd at a game of this significance."
That's not a way to argue out of it.
I mean, it is an interesting wrinkle because, you know, he scheduled this concert on the Saturday night of when the Final Four was going to happen. There was a remote possibility that at some point
that's what Case was saying.
And so like if it was that important to him as a UNC fan, like I get the fandom on it. Like it's a historic matchup that's never happened in the NCAAs, and his favorite team is UNC. I get why it's important to him. I wouldn't cancel a show if it were mine.
I thank you for working with me on this one tonight. The Bachelor will make his choice. I've got to see it. We're drawn to these kind of events as fans of pop culture. So please honor my desire to be at home with my family, watching. Will they get married?
I don't. And it was funny because I had this event on Saturday where I was, talking to these UNC fans, and I was talking about Duke and how much I hate them. And I didn't think on that day or any day prior to right now that I would ever root for Duke basketball.
Yeah.
But I'm rooting for Duke on Saturday because I'm so like.
So this guy.
So upset by this.
That's it. Yeah.
Like I don't think this is the one and only time I will ever root for Duke.
I just think, Preston. So remember when for the blood drive, your home team had won, and
the Blues.
And you went back. We were all here to carry on the event.
We didn't cancel the blood drive.
We didn't cancel the event.
Yeah.
We carried it on.
Yeah.
And so this is, I mean. It's to me,
You're canceling on tens of thousands of people.
Yeah,
that's the issue that I have here. You're not canceling on a dinner party. You're not canceling on
dinner on Blanc.
Well, that would suck too.
So and he's a celeb, so it'll be easy for him to get into the building to get tickets, right? I don't know how you went about getting tickets, but I mean,
money's not an issue for him.
Yeah, money or connections in order to even get them.
I did want to ask because I read that he just wanted to watch the game. Does he actually have tickets to it? Because the concert was supposed to be
going.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I don't know, Steve. It says he canceled because he wanted to watch the game, not that he was going there. And
his family.
Yeah, and so this concert was supposed to be in San Antonio. The Final Four is in New Orleans.
This story I'm reading says that he can go to the NCAA men's basketball tournament. So I don't know, man.
And by the way, so I'm looking more into this ticket thing. So CBS Sports did say it's rescheduled. However, Ticketmaster has already refunded everyone.
Oh.
So if they're refunding them, I would imagine it's canceled.
Yeah, and then you're gonna have to go through the process of getting tickets again if he does reschedule instead of honoring the other tickets.
The likelihood that Ticketmaster would jump on refunding while they'd love to hold on to that money.
All right, let me go to some calls here. People who've canceled for a stupid reason. I'm going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe. Good morning. Hi, Joe. You are on the air. No, this is Kim. Hi, Kim. Sorry about that. I hit the wrong line. Go ahead, Kim.
That's okay. My best friend of 27 years, canceled/backed out of my wedding because her husband wouldn't babysit their children so she could go try on a dress.
Oh, are you serious? Just to go try on a dress?
Yes.
But I feel was that an excuse?
She said she had the appointment scheduled 3 different times, and instead of him babysitting their children, he had to go fishing or whatever.
Listen,
but he's the most selfish.
It's a perfect example, Kim, of you got to work on your lie.
Yeah.
You got it. And honestly, as always, Preston, the best default is I've got diarrhea.
Yeah.
That's no one. Whatever. That's fine. But that's just insulting. That to say that your most special day, and that's how your friend backs out of it.
Yeah.
Nonsense.
And I was her maid of honor. I was everything in her wedding, but whatever.
Whatever.
Wait, are you guys still friends?
No, we have not spoken since.
Oh, well,
There you go. It ended it. Yeah. And she could have, listen, you could call in some favors. You can get a sitter. You can try to make that happen.
Kim, you should key the C word in her car.
Oh, jeez. But I respect that. Like, I respect him saying, Eric Church saying, okay, this is why. Like, if he's going to the game, people are going to see him. That's why. He's not making up an excuse. Like, her husband wouldn't babysit their kids. First of all, they're your kids. You're not babysitting them. You're just with your kids.
Listen.
Let your wife go do something. Like, to me, that's an excuse. For whatever reason, that girl didn't want to be in her wedding, and she didn't want to tell her the real reason.
The best, we've talked about this before. If you have something that's in the plans and you're like, I really don't want to go. I don't want to do this. And then they call you and then they say, I can't.
Oh my God, it's okay.
And then you got to go, I guess that's how it is then. All right. Like it's,
but no problem.
But go back to this. Think of the logistics of canceling a concert that has been on the books for a long time.
But that's not our life. Like, do you know what I mean? To him,
know.
it's probably not the biggest
I know,
deal,
and he's not thinking about the little people.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
That's the dick part of this.
When he's on some local game show, when the career is really at the, dragging in the dregs, he's going to wonder, was it the wise move to cancel on your fan base? I can't imagine the fan base in general is responding well to this.
I don't know.
Were they giving him the pass?
Is he a big star? I don't know. I told you, I hate country music.
He sells out. I actually saw him perform a few years ago. It's a sort of it's like pop country / country rock. It puts on a really good show. He had a show.
It's death country.
It's death country. There's a lot of metal. He had a show at the Wells Fargo Center a year or two ago. Actually, probably pre-pandemic. Anyway, his band got sick. He came out and performed acoustic for the fans that night. So, like, he's done stuff for the fans in the past. And he's a pretty likable act, but this is just a dick move.
Kathy got married on the night of a Trey Anastasio concert.
And Casey went to the wedding.
And I went to the wedding.
How about that?
And
okay.
He didn't cancel on you.
Hadn't you checked the fish schedule before you got married?
I didn't check the fish schedule. Oh my God.
No, it wasn't
so
fish.
Sorry.
It was Trey Anastasio band.
That's
you know
why
what though, Casey?
I did check the fish schedule. I just
and you knew they were off.
You
know what?
And you got to see the biggest mountain of shrimp in the history of the world.
I missed the dessert room, but man, maybe if it was a fish concert, I might have skipped.
Wow.
The wedding.
Okay, so there's something coming up I could have easily canceled on, and I already had these plans ready. Oh my God, I canceled the gig. Hang on a second here.
What?
I did the same thing he's doing. Well, not really, because these guys are going to play without me. So I'm this summer I'm gonna play a little bit with this music group down at the shore.
Let's just say Dink Bloyd.
No. It's not Dink Bloyd. They're called 5 Times Famous. Anyhow, I know these 2 guys play guitars, and they want some percussion on them. And they perform down on the shore. I've got a shore house now, so I'm going to gig with them. Our first gig, and it's already booked and ready to go.
Yeah.
And I get a call from my friend. His son is getting married. It's a destination wedding. Oh, when's the date? This date. I'm like, damn it. Why did it have to fall on that day? But I did the right thing. I'm going to the wedding. I'm going to go to that instead.
That's an obligation. Or could you have your band play his wedding?
Yeah, we could go to San Francisco. Sure, why not?
Guys, I want to play. Will you hear me out?
We're taking it on the road.
Who wants to go to San Fran and play a wedding?
But it was one of those things where I looked at it, man, I hate it when that happens.
It's horrible.
When something important falls on a date that you've already got plans that are important to you, but not necessarily important. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
everyone will encounter something like that in their lives, and everyone also has to understand that happens to everyone.
Right.
That you had not foreseen this happening. In this case, as is pointed out, that concert was on the books.
Yeah.
You knew that if you're such a fan.
Duke in North Carolina are in the Final Four. What are we doing? Oh, man, I got a gig that night.
Right.
Oh, well.
I
don't know.
All right. And then you got to kind of go, all right, I will watch it on TV.
Yeah.
Like millions of other people will.
Yeah, or have it playing during the concert. I mean, that could have been like the gimmick
big
of that
thing.
concert.
Yeah. On some one of the monitors, you got the game playing, or
because guess what? There are probably people that were going to go to that concert that are either UNC or Duke fans. It's just you play the law of averages. Somebody going to that concert was also missing that game, but also playing the law of averages. When you have that many people going to a venue, sure, there's going to be a huge bulk of people that it's not that big of a deal. Okay, I get my money back. I live in the area. It's no big deal. But there are other people. guaranteed that bought flights, that are flying to that particular one, that are getting an Airbnb, that possibly, quite potentially, can't get a refund on the Airbnb.
Skipping organ transplants.
Right?
Yeah.
And you're doing that to a couple of different people or more. It's just...
All right.
I'm sorry, it's unforgivable.
I'm gonna go to Joe. Hi, Joe. I love you. Good morning, Joe.
Yo, bitch.
Yo, bitch. What's up, man?
So my birthday is on June 8th, and we had a 30th birthday party at my house, and my dad did not come because the party did not fall on June 8th.
Oh, so it wasn't on your actual birth date, and he decided he couldn't be a part of that malarkey.
Yeah, he's a D-bag.
He's a D-bag.
Is he?
Oh, that's not cool. But yeah, was it a surprise birthday party, or was it just it was on the weekend to make it more convenient or something like that?
Correct. We had like 50, 60 people there and had a nice cookout. And
sometimes there's a dynamic, Preston. I love the story of you talking to your dad
Joe.
about, hey, we thought we'd come out and visit.
Oh, yeah, Dad, Thanksgiving. We thought about having you out. What would you think of that? I think it'd be a bit much. Wow. Okay.
All right.
We had thought we were opening up our home to you.
Guess what we're doing for you, buddy?
Yep.
I don't think I'm into that.
Let me see. We have. All right. I'm curious about this one. I want to go to John. Hi, John. Good morning.
Man, you there?
Yes.
Sweet.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing, guys? So, I had planned this big surprise party for my partner. For I think it was like her 29th or her 30th. I can't remember what it was, but I got people from 4 different states coming. Her old friends, new friends, everybody coming to the place. Kept the secret for months, and I think it was the day before the party, I get a call from one of her oldest friends that that we both know, but one of her oldest friends, and says, "Hey, is there any way you can we can move this?" I was like, and I explained to him the situation, like, no, there's no way we can move it. It's already happening. It's happening in like a couple days. We got people from all over to come in. What's going on? He's like, well, I got a middle school reunion that I have to go to. Mind you, he's like 30. I have a middle school reunion to go to for people I haven't seen in so long.
A middle school reunion?
A middle school reunion.
Let me ask you this, John. So she had known about this party for a while, right?
Well, so yeah, he had known about.
Or he had known about it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I planned this for, I think it was 3 or 4 months. It was nothing like spur of the moment.
But how long had he known about the reunion?
I have no idea. I think he found out about it maybe a couple weeks or a month before it.
But the party was planned well in advance, and the
party was way in advance.
Party wins.
Party wins.
I mean, this is a guy I went to 8th grade with.
Right.
Wait, so it wasn't a surprise party? It was a party?
No, this was a surprise party too.
Okay, so he didn't even know about the party then.
No. So he was invited to the surprise party.
He was going to be a guest at the surprise party. This was in motion, so that was before this middle school reunion.
So the party,
all the rules still hold true.
But the party wasn't for him.
No, the party. No. The party was for one of his best friends.
Listen, he's orchestrating this big thing. You are, John, to get everyone together for this party that he's committed to. And so at the point when you've committed to making this event special, I assume the person who is getting the party, this person you were inviting was a friend of as well, correct?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I mean, we were pretty good friends. And what's worse, though, is he tried to, after it all happened and this whole situation came out, because now it's become a big joke with the friends. Like, whenever we can't go somewhere, like, oh, I got to go to a elementary school reunion.
Well, now I thought the party was for your partner or for this person.
No.
I might cut him some slack.
I'm holding with the original assessment.
Okay.
That's a dick
I will
move.
say, the dick move is that he tried to blame me for him not being there. To my partner.
Nah.
Because I wouldn't be flexible, even though he asked me like a week before, a day before, whatever it was.
Okay.
You already had it. It was already on the books, and you're trying to make something special for someone else.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Keyword, the C word.
Thanks,
Keep
John.
the C word in his car.
Appreciate it. All right. Here's a text. Make of this what you will.
All right.
You guys are being super hypocritical.
Okay.
Didn't someone just cancel all of his shows because of the drummer's death? How is this different?
I like that argument.
Is that that's a joke, right? That's they're being facetious.
Gotta
I think
be.
I
they
would
gotta be.
hope
You think
so.
I think so.
I would hope so.
I think a Final Four and the death of a best friend.
Right,
It's
pretty much
the same thing.
Yeah.
When does the and by the way, is the show this does the tour start this Saturday?
Oh, I don't know. The Eric Church tour?
No. The Foo Fighters tour.
Oh,
Because
no,
they're
you
not
have
coming
a-
to town until July.
They
This
canceled
is-
that case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were on tour.
They're on tour. They're in South
The
America.
death of a beloved, that clearly it's not even in the same universe.
Yeah, they canceled the whole tour now.
Yeah.
You do know that.
No,
Okay.
I do know that.
Okay, all right. Okay, wait a minute. This can't be real. This cannot be real. I'm going to go to Pat. Hey, Pat, good morning.
Oh, it's real.
Oh, dear God. Okay, please share.
It is real. This was like many years ago. I only have one brother. Went Bigfoot hunting instead of my wedding.
Okay.
Your brother's one of these Bigfoot hunters?
Yes. Needless to say, he's never found them.
Yeah.
We would have heard, I assume.
Where does he live, Pat?
Hellertown.
And where was he going Bigfoot hunting?
Delaware.
I think Washington.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of if you're serious about it, you got to go to Seattle. You got to go.
Yeah, it wasn't like he was going to the Poconos or anything.
Hey Pat, what was planned first? The Bigfoot hunt or Bigfoot hunt or the wedding?
The wedding.
Is there any like mental illness in the mix here?
Oh, I'm sure there is.
Okay.
Does he like your wife?
What's that?
Does he like your wife?
Yes.
Okay.
Did the hunt go well?
I don't know.
Well, Pat, was it better that he went Bigfoot hunting instead of to your wedding?
Yeah, he missed a good time.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right,
you've got
okay,
this
it's
story
probably better.
now about that you can always lord over him.
God.
You know,
But it's funny to be like, were you at your brother's wedding? No, I was Bigfoot hunting.
I mean, that's a great story. At least you got a great story out.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's the
Thank
height
you,
of
Pat.
selfishness because the odds are you're not going to find him.
Right. So it doesn't matter when you go.
Right.
All right, let me go to Maggie. We're talking about people that have canceled for a stupid reason, canceled on you. Hi, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, what's up?
So I'm actually getting married this Saturday.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. My brother, super goofy, animated, called me 2 days ago, and he goes, I'm like, hey, did you get the hotel? He's like, no, we're leaving after the ceremony. And I'm thinking, he's kidding. And he goes, no, we're leaving right after the ceremony. Mind you, he's like my flower boy. He's a 34-year-old grown man. It's being hilarious.
Loch Ness monster hunting.
But he goes, yeah, no, I'm going to my friend's 1-year-old birthday party.
No.
I'm thinking to myself,
He's friends with a
like,
1-year-old?
No.
A
His
1-year-old
friend's
birthday
1-year-old.
party?
No. The absurdity
Oh, man.
of the 1-year-old
Yes.
birthday party to begin with is ridiculous.
But sister's
But
wedding
your sister's wedding
that's way
Maggie.
out Trump's friend's baby birthday party.
So lo and behold, we did have a conversation, and they are staying for the full duration of the wedding. But at first, I called and canceled, or replaced his seating, him and his wife's seating,
Yeah.
and just I was like dumbfounded. I'm like, you're a 1-year-old birthday party?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. So he's staying for the whole wedding. He's skipping the reception.
No.
now he's staying.
They got
Okay,
it worked out.
okay, you got it worked
They got
out.
it worked out. So because
you know
that's the wedding ceremony is just a blip in the day. The rest of it happens
That's the meat and potatoes.
later on. The
Maggie,
reception is the part.
in a way, was it your fault for not inviting the 1-year-old to begin with?
You know what? I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
I'm going to add the 1-year-old now. I
Add
think
the
it's only
1-year-old.
necessary.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, besides the Bigfoot
Thanks,
stuff.
Maggie. Yeah. Besides, let's keep Bigfoot in mind here.
Somebody texted in. It is a short season for Bigfoot. So
Keep Bigfoot out your mouth.
By the way, the person talking about Taylor Hawkins texted back in, and they were indeed joking.
Okay, good.
all right.
Make sure. I've had a feeling.
I will go next to Jeff. Hey, Jeff. Good morning.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yo,
Good to have
Jeff.
you on the doo-bop-bop-a-doo-bop-bop-a-doo-bop-bop-a-dop-da.
Oh no,
Nope.
no,
No.
no. He said do bop bop a do bop bop a do. It's
I was impressed.
There's more to it.
There's a gop in there. He missed a gop.
I was
Ba ba
impressed.
to da ba to ba 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 do ga ga ba ba dop. Jeff. All right, what's up, man?
So anyway, my own mother, canceled on my wedding, my first wedding, because she had to go to get ready for my nephew's wedding, which was 2 months after the fact.
What?
So she couldn't attend your wedding because she was preparing to go to your nephew's wedding.
Yes, and the wedding wasn't until 2 months after mine.
I think I can identify this here. Okay, so this was your first wedding.
Yeah, she knew it was your first.
She hated your wife. She hated your fiance.
Never met her.
She never met her.
Yeah.
Okay, this is making sense now.
The first time she ever met my wife was at my grandmother's funeral.
Okay.
So you guys are close?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was after you guys were married?
Yes.
Wow, that's kind of weird, man.
Yeah.
That is very weird.
Yeah. Did she not want to meet her, your mom?
I have no idea. I don't know what the deal was. I just know, she canceled.
Okay, how long were you guys an item, like a girlfriend, boyfriend, fiance, before the actual wedding?
2 years.
And mom never met her.
That's insane. I think there's something more there. I think, I think Preston might be onto something that no one's good enough for her son.
Different states? You guys live in different states?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Did your mom ever see Bigfoot?
Nah, I don't know.
Mom was out chasing Bigfoot, man.
She hit him with her station wagon.
She lives in Virginia.
Okay. That's a fishy story.
And Bigfoot does.
Bigfoot does live there.
Show up down there from time
There
to
is
time.
there is a Virginia Bigfoot.
Yeah.
It's an Oklahoma Bigfoot, right?
What's that?
Oklahoma Bigfoot.
Oh, there's actually multiple states have what they call their versions of big feet or Bigfoots.
Big Fi.
Yeah.
You've heard of the Oklahoma Bigfoot?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've heard tale of the Bigfoot?
I have heard tale of Oklahoma Bigfoot.
I don't like to talk about it, but I saw him one night.
It's I've heard tell, not I've heard tale?
I think they're both.
All right.
I hear tell that there's a Bigfoot in them there woods.
Okay.
I don't know.
I was just wondering if I've been saying it wrong this whole time.
I was just adding another way to say it.
Oh, okay.
You're saying it the Bigfoot way.
Okay, good.
Let's go to Amanda. Hello there, Amanda.
Hi.
Hi, what's up, Amanda?
So I got married last year during COVID.
All right, congrats.
Thank you. And my one sister-in-law said she was coming and canceled because she's friends with my husband's baby mom.
What? So she's friends with your husband's baby's mama?
Yep.
That's not a good excuse.
No.
Is there a lot of contention going on, clearly?
No.
What?
No.
I bet you Bigfoot could get to the bottom.
I know.
Are you friends with baby
Bigfoot
mama?
marriage counselor, Steve?
I think what you have here is a serious issue because, yes, she's the baby mama, but you owe this to your sister.
So how did it eventually? Has it caused a rift, Amanda?
My husband's the youngest of 7.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of drama between all the sisters.
Okay.
That's a mess,
And
man.
it's so much fun.
How about if we give you tickets to an Eric Church concert?
To make up for
And
it.
Bigfoot's opening.
All right, I'm getting lost. Amanda, I'm hanging up now. Thank you for your call.
It's wild, right?
I'm getting lost in all this stuff. We've gone from canceled concerts to Bigfoot being the main issue in relationships now.
In all of it.
Wow.
I just think she cares more about Bigfoot than she does about me.
Man, there was a Bigfoot spotting in PA last year.
Last year?
Yeah, this is from the mayor of Riegelsville, and that's in Bucks County,
They
Cass.
they said he appeared to have 3 testicles.
He said he was camping.
Knew it.
I had 3 testicles.
He was camping in Pike County, and the thing let out a scream from
God
hell.
awful sound.
Yeah, a scream from hell.
Pike County.
Mayor Greg Stokes.
Jesus Christ.
All right.
He spit up a fish.
we should wrap this up now. Hey, do me a favor. The people that are on hold have been on hold for like 25 minutes. Can we give them some movie passes?
Yes,
To
absolutely.
Ambulance, the movie screening, if they're interested. Gonzo and Shirley, hang on the line, and we'll see if we can set you guys up. I apologize we didn't get a chance to go to you.
Sounds like a magic act. Gonzo
It does,
and Shirley.
Gonzo and Shirley, right?
We are Gonzo and Shirley.
Well, anyhow, I'm curious as to if there will be a poll on how his fans, on this guy Eric Church's fans, feel about the fact that he's full on canceling a concert because his team is going to be in the Final Four. And I know, yes, it's this big storied rivalry. It's a North Carolina specific rivalry, but whatever,
But
man.
You owe it to your fans.
Well, here's the deal. Like, if you're a fan and you can't go all of a sudden, it's not like you can go, hey, I can't go. Can I get my money back? So it's not a two-way street here.
All right. Well, anyway, interesting thing that we felt like discussing. We're going to take a break, and we're going to come back in a moment. And Pete Holmes will be joining us, amongst other stuff that we'll get into. So make sure you stay close because we will not be gone wrong. Be right back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And ride the bike.
WMMR presents.
What you riding there? It's an inspiring story, huh?
Inspiring story of a child who sought to be different. I'm going to ride my helmet and wear a bike. You're going to look like a jerk. Yeah, you're going to look like an idiot.
I don't care.
Hello, this is the Olympic Committee. We're interested in this new sport you've come up with.
Yes, it's time to find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is. We actually, you know what? I hats off to Casey Boy because it was his idea and to search for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. And it's just you're given this name at birth, Richard, and either your parents. Either they thought it would be funny or they don't realize or, you know what I mean?
I want to find
How
out
does
the
that
reasons
happen?
because I do agree. And listen, technically it's a fine name. However, I know parents go through the arduous process of, okay, what are kids going to do with this?
Right.
What are they going to do with this? And Richard obviously will become Dick.
So, you ready, Dr. Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring in the dicks. We're going to start with, we're going to go with the longest first. Dear God.
Yes, now we're talking.
He is huge. All right, so we've kept these guys separated. Do you still get Snickers at your name?
My freshman year in college, we were getting drunk, coming down the steps, and some guy was coming up with his girlfriend. So he yells with his girlfriend. He goes, "Yo, big dick." I never heard it before. I grabbed him, threw him up against the railing. I said, "Yo, I thought I told you not to tell nobody."
That's good.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Dick is here for the length, the height version. So we're going to measure your height. How tall does that thing go, Dr. Mike? Is it over 7 feet? All right, let's bring in the next Dick. We have a very big Dick coming in here.
Yes.
This is Dick Super. Dick Super.
Yes.
How you doing, man?
Super dick in the house.
Nice. See, I told you guys I had a friend named in high school. His name was Dave Super. His dad's name was Dick.
Oh, you're right. That is actually a great name.
Come on, super. I mean, it's been the best.
It could be great for you.
Where are you from, by the way?
South Jersey.
So let's measure you, and let's see how you stack up against the other Dick. You're going to get some extra because of that hair of yours.
Yeah.
He's a hairy Dick,
Well,
man.
the level will come down right on the...
These sticks are so long, I have to get on a stool.
I noticed.
It's unbelievable.
I'll tell you what, this might be the best looking dick we have in the studio all day.
It's a good-looking Dick?
Yeah.
Marissa, bring in the next Dick, please. This is Dick Steinbeiser.
Dick Steinbeiser.
And it's another biggie, man. Where are you from, sir?
Harleysville.
You haven't seen this guy around town?
I haven't seen that Dick anywhere. Not anywhere in Harleysville. And there's a lot of Dicks in Harleysville.
There are.
Let's get the official number. We're gonna measure you, but we will not reveal. We're not going to reveal what that is until we get all five of you measured. So right now we're going for the length.
This Dick has a shaved head, basically. So
bald dick,
yeah.
All right, well, listen, thank you very much, Richard. We appreciate you can have a seat over here, and we'll get the final results in a moment. Richard or Dick Steinbeiser.
It's a smart Dick.
And after Kathy's getting in on it.
See, the one who hates this stuff is now participating.
Please, this is Dick Scholl.
Wow, another.
Yeah, another big one.
Yes.
So we've been asking some questions amongst you dicks. Does anybody ever call you Dick, or have they throughout your life?
My older brother kept trying to get my oldest nephew to call me Uncle Dick for the couple first years of my life. That didn't happen, but what did happen, fortunately for him, is that my nephew couldn't pronounce rich, and it came out with a B sound.
He called you bitch?
Yep.
Wow.
That was Uncle
Bitch. All right, Dick, let's get you on the measuring device here.
All right.
And we'll get the official number.
All right, this one went a little faster than the last few measurements. Mike got this one down fast.
Yeah, quick, Dick.
Bring in the final Dick, please.
Another biggie.
Wow. Tell us about your life with the name Richard and being interchangeable with Dick.
It is pretty lackluster, I would probably say. I only really got it in high school. Kids on like my sports teams would be like, "Oh, we call you Big Dick now." And
Big Dick's actually, if you're on a team,
right?
It's pretty cool.
It's intimidating, and it's got a little,
It's got a little panache to it.
Absolutely.
I like it. All right, well, let's get you up on the measuring device and let's take a look. By the way, I love all our dicks.
They're excellent.
They're all great guys.
You guys a big Foo Fighters fans? Got a Foo Fighters shirt on? I'm enjoying the Dick Dale.
Thank you, Dick Dale, and we played Moby Dick, and Dr. Mike just
nearly
fell
bought it.
off the chair. Are you okay, Dr. Mike?
Noted TV personality Dr. Mike died in a bizarre dick measuring accident.
Tell you, Preston, in 25 years of practice, these are some of the biggest dicks I've ever seen.
Of course. You're a medical man of science.
It's a miracle of nature.
Yes.
All right, so please, if you could, first give us the number and the name of who our biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is, Nick.
At a whopping 82.5 inches, that's 6 feet, 10.5 inches tall. The biggest dick in the Delaware Valley by length. Our first dick in the studio, Dick Barrett, everybody! Congratulations, Dick!
Come on over here, Dick
Barrett. Get over there. Come on.
6'10" and a half.
Big old dick.
Nick, did you say 6'10" and a half?
I sure did, Preston.
Damn, man. Hey,
almost 7 feet tall.
The moment when you walked in, I'm like, that's a huge dick.
But yet, when the other guys are coming in, I'm like, I'm wondering. I'll be curious to hear the other numbers. But yeah, you are a big dick.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so we got length out of the way. Time to get to girth. Let's bring in the biggies. We're going to do our first contestant for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. Please welcome Dick Zaleski.
Dick Zaleski. Dick, how are you?
You know, your history with the name, and a lot of guys got it in high school.
I had like one guy that thought he was funny in high school that would be like, Rick the Dick.
Yeah.
But I actually got it from my friends later on that I'm kind of a jerk sometimes.
Okay, so you're sort of a
they'd
cut
be
up
like Rick the Dick, and so
Dick Zaleski, let's get you on the scale here. We're not going to reveal the number at all until we have weighed everyone, and then we will find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is by girth. By the way, yes, everyone will be even if your name is Rick, you're going by Dick today.
That's fine.
All right, thanks, man. Have a seat. We'll find out how you do. Thanks for being
Big
here
guy.
this morning. Bring in our next Dick. This is Dick L. Coogan.
Yes.
Who we welcome. Coming over here to Nick. Has Dick been a joke from time to time for you, or do people actually call you that?
No, I basically come from a long line of dicks.
Oh, you do?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Are you Dick? Are you Little Dick or Dick Jr.?
I'm Dick the Third, actually.
Dick the Third.
Yeah, so my grandfather, my father, my son.
All right, well, let's have you jump on the scale here. Dr. Mike is going to do the official measuring.
While we have a second, I'd like to apologize to the two Dick Siemens who wanted to come in because they really wanted to be a part of this contest.
Yeah.
But we had enough dicks, and these guys just didn't qualify to be the biggest dicks in the Delaware Valley. But thank you guys for submitting.
We had to cut.
It was father and son named Dick Seaman.
Thank you for coming in this morning. We'll find out if you end up being our winner. As he grabs a seat, that's Dick L. Coogan, by the way. The next Dick, let's welcome Dick Mayberry to the studio. Mr. Mayberry is coming over here. Is there any history of Dicks in your family?
Yeah, I'm the third.
Okay.
My grandfather went by Dick.
Do you get any?
on the dance floor.
As far as Mayberry, your last name, you get any Andy Griffith of throwbacks from that?
No, Dick may be hairy. I have.
Dick may be hairy.
I like it. Get on the scale, man. Let's see what you come in at. Dick Mayberry. All right.
I want 6 dicks, man.
I was saying sticks.
Sure you were.
Sticks. Let's bring in the next Dick. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dick Schmidt. And we welcome in. Any other Dicks in your family?
My father. My father was another big. He was another big dick.
Another big Dick.
Yeah, about the same size as me.
All right, so we are doing the official measuring. Dr. Mike's going to get his number. He's waiting for the scale to settle. And when he settles on a number, he's got it. You can step back off of there, Dick. And let me see. Who else we have?
Take a look at my face, Dick.
Well, let's bring in Dick Belcastro, our last Dick that we have. Come right over here to Nick, if you would, please. Anybody in your family call you Dick?
Not generally, no. My granddad went by Dick.
Okay.
Dad was Richard. I'm Richard. My brother's Peter.
Peter. There's clearly something going on.
Let's get you on the scale. Let's weigh you. Turn around. Dr. Mike is going to get a number.
Here we are. Step up.
All right. So how we doing,
Nick?
We've crunched the numbers over here in the entertainment division, and
you can announce our winner. Nick, give us the number and then our winner, if you would, please, for the biggest girth amongst our dicks.
Biggest dick in the Delaware Valley girth division goes to Dick number 2, Richard Zaleski.
Oh, you're kidding me!
The biggest dick. 397.6 pounds.
397.
Nearly 400 pounds a dick.
Actually, he was Dick number 1 I have here on our list, which means both of our first Dicks are our winners. Richard Zaleski, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. He was number 2 on my list, number 1 in the contest.
And
You're right,
number
Preston.
1 in your hearts,
Absolutely.
ladies and gentlemen. Dick Zaleski!
Yeah!
Police said 2 drivers on 95 were involved in a road rage incident that ended in gunfire Monday evening. It happened just before 5 o'clock while the 2 cars were exiting the highway on Route 413 in Bristol Township. The victim's car had 2 bullet holes from a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun. Police said a man pulled up to the victim's car, told him to lower the window, and when he did, the man pointed a gun into the car.
Let's go.
I bet the shooter was from Delco, though. I mean, we'll see when they get him. We'll find out. One shot pierced the right rear quarter panel of the 2011 silver Hyundai Accent. A second bullet was lodged in the top of the passenger side door, where police said the metal and rubber trim stopped the round from hitting the person in the passenger
So it
seat.
wasn't shooting at the car, shooting at the person in the car.
Police said the driver was aggressive in the moments prior to the shooting. He kept flashing his high beams, and he followed the victim off of the highway, pacing the car, and then stopped at the traffic light with the victim.
Roll down your window. I want to shoot you.
Yeah. Hey, I have a completely unrelated question, Steve, because just now when you said roll down your window, I want to shoot you, you gestured like this.
Right, yeah.
You took his index finger and did a circling motion.
Still do,
You young people know what that means?
Probably not.
Let me go to Marissa. Hi.
All right, it's so
Does
funny.
that mean roll your window down to them?
I don't know, but last year, do you guys remember when we talked to Kate Beckinsale? This is like a total stretch. We talked to Kate Beckinsale, and it was the day that Joel Embiid had tweeted at her, like the day before.
Yeah.
Or Instagrammed at her. I pull up on like 19th and Arch, and Joel Embiid is next to me that afternoon. And I look at him, and I like go wide-eyed, and I go, oh my God, roll down your window. And I'm doing the rolling motion, and he looks at me, and he had no idea what I was talking about. He's
Well,
like,
actually, that looks a little bit like manual stimulation.
But you had your fist like this doing that.
I'm going to take care of you sexually.
Yes.
Usually people go like this.
Right, roll down
with your
like,
index finger.
No.
It's like this.
It's like,
Not like this.
Wait, I'm sorry. It's like,
That means roll your window.
Roll down your window.
Nothing to do with your mouth.
Wait, Preston. Roll down your window. Turn around and show
You'd have to be watching our studio cams right now to get it. Yeah.
Roll down your window.
You guys are so inappropriate right now.
Casey's grabbing his ankles. He has his legs up in the air.
Roll down your window.
You need a whole fist to roll down the window, guys.
Roll down your
Hey, guys. Hang on a second. Let me get
I didn't understand. I wanted you to roll down your window.
Oh, there's a Daily Rush video right there.
Where's the dildo? You can smack that on your face. Roll down the window.
Sorry, Marissa.
So he didn't get that?
I think I eventually put down the window a little bit, and I told him, and he kind of gave me that smile and sped away.
Cars, this, if you go like this, a button pushing thing.
Yeah, no one's going to know what that is. Roll down your window.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, all right, moving along.
Arm vaginas.
What does that mean?
Okay.
God, they finally did this.
There has been a slow but steady rise of removal surgery for arm vaginas.
So are they making arm vaginas for replacement vaginas?
No.
How exactly does this work?
This is actually armpit folds within where people have these issues, and they call it the arm vagina.
I never...
Yep.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah.
So explain a little bit of the laws here.
It's like arm fat. It's like armpit fat that hangs over when you wear like a tube top.
Oh, that looks like a
camel toe. Looks like a camel toe, right?
Just extra like fat and skin. It's not.
There are some though that happen to fall into a very vagina-esque looking flap, and those are the ones you got to correct early.
You got to get rid of that.
You got to get rid of those early. Other ones just look like, hey, they're a little roll of fat and a little, popping fresh, but you never would do that to an arm vagina.
The vagina flap. The surgeries performed vary.
It sounds like a bad 50s dance. Everybody's doing the vagina flap now. Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now. Swing your big arms like you have two vaginas.
Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now.
A little bit of lotion and he'll come right there.
Come up. We're done singing?
If you want to sing. I can't get that eye.
Yeah.
The surgeries performed vary depending on the cause and extent of an arm vagina.
When they have those drastic weight losses and people, I don't honestly know surgically how they can remove that without it killing the person.
It's focused around that, but Levittown Lanes had burned down yesterday.
Yes.
It's gone, right?
It's a nightmare.
I mean, it was.
Yeah, it was bad.
It looked like it was completely gutted.
Yeah.
So maybe this is the bowling bright spot we're going to need.
I think that's what we need today. So we would like to welcome the show. By the way, premieres tonight. It's called How We Roll, 9:30 on CBS, and it's with our friend Pete Holmes, who is here with us this morning. Pete, how you doing, man?
Hi, everybody. Can I just say I loved listening to the traffic, because imagine being immortalized by being a bridge or a road if you're Ben Franklin or you're Walt Whitman, but people are just like, it's backed up. It's hell out there. It's hell on the Ben Franklin.
Yeah, Walt sucks.
A fitting tribute?
Yeah.
Is this a fitting tribute to Ben Franklin?
No, you're exactly right. It is associated with pain and misery.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Walt. No fields of grass out here.
Hey, congratulations on the show, Pete. This has got to be really exciting for you, man.
It is super exciting. My parents have never been more excited because everything I normally do is so dirty. I did a show on HBO, and it was filled with lurid sex and foul language. And now finally a show that is very, very funny and is not filthy and is about something, like you're saying, bowling is wholesome. Everybody seems to love it.
Well, I would say that when you talk about this, we talked about this earlier, listen, you have success all over the place, but there is still something about the network sitcom that has been long, the goal of many stand-up comedians. I mean, there's legendary shows. So to get this, I was reading an interview with you or a story where it was years ago that Nick Kroll apparently said you'd be perfect for a sitcom. Was that, and you took it as a compliment and an insult at the same time?
Well, I think he was making fun of me because I have this sort of howdy doody crest face, like just like a aqua fresh smile, and I'm always seem to be in a good mood, and I'm like a puppet. And Nick at the time especially, we're in the Lower East Side of New York, and we were like, he was one of the cool kids, and he still is. And he's like, oh, you seem more like a CBS sitcom to me. So he may have been making fun of me. But I really, at that point in your early stages of your career, you'll take anything, even if it is like a burn, as a compliment. It's like, oh, you think I could be in a sitcom? And I swear from that day on, I was like, I could be in a sitcom. And I think believing it probably, I don't mean manifested it. I mean, you need to believe you could do it before you even try to do it.
Pete, you had mentioned earlier the show that was maybe a little bit R-rated, and that was Crashing. And we actually had you in studio, you and Judd. And,
I remember.
It was awesome. Yeah. And I really did like that show. And despite it having an R rating, your character was a wholesome character. And I really did enjoy that show. And I thought what I really enjoyed about it was all the comedians you brought in to play themselves, but essentially they were acting, and so for you that was maybe your first foray into acting, and how did you feel A, doing that, and B, acting with other comedians as essentially yourselves?
Well, I swear I say this all the time. I'm not just saying it because we're doing radio right now. I think limitations are funny. Like terrestrial radio to me is funnier than maybe satellite, where you could just say anything you want, do anything you want. And my character on Crashing was like terrestrial radio. Like, he had limitations put on himself by how he was raised and what he believed. And I think that conflict is always more interesting.
Pete,
anything goes.
We just had a glaring example of that, and Preston and I have always said exactly what you just said. During the Oscars, with Will Smith yelling out the F word, that it was bleep, but when you hear it still... what? This is broadcast television. And if you have no line to cross, you can never cross the line. And
I completely agree. I
agree 1,000%. So you're with this cast, and it is a traditional multi-camera show, like Friends was, and many others. Did it take you a little while to adapt to that kind of shooting because you had done what you'd done with Crashing?
Well, the weirdest thing was that I wasn't writing it, but that actually ended up being the greatest joy. It was so wonderful to have someone else. Seinfeld has this bit where he goes, stand where we tell you to stand and say what we tell you to say. And I'm like, oh my God, he's right. And we shoot on the Seinfeld set, which is a huge thrill for me. And not the set, but the stage. It would be great if the set was still there.
The exact same set.
Yeah. I live in Jerry's apartment. It's really weird, but I think if you look past that, you'll see it's a fresh new show. But I say it's classic in the way that pizza is classic. You know what I mean? There's certain things that are unique to American comedy. This is one of them. There's like 5 of them left. But what's so crazy about that is the most popular and most beloved shows of all time are all multicams.
Yeah.
So to be able to try and make a great one, and I think we did, is really, really cool. And it's also exactly what I thought I would be doing when I was 13. Like, I was like, if you're a comedian and you make it, you get to have a kitchen with a swinging door. Soda, and it says cola on it. There's no ceiling. There's an audience. It really did feel like that dream come true for sure.
I'm a huge fan. To me, it's like the comfort, the equivalent of comfort food for television. When it's done right, and when it's look at the careers that have been just enshrined from Ray Romano on to having a sitcom like this. Tim Allen. So your character is an assembly line worker, has a family, is fired, and then decides to pursue a dream of his. Correct?
That's exactly right. He's been better at bowling than he's ever been at anything in his life. But what I like about it is it's not just me being like, screw it, I'm going for it, I'm going to be a bowler. It's his family. I've said this many times, but the show is called How We Roll. It's not How I Roll.
Right.
And I think that's one of the things we're craving, especially after this crazy time, is a family actually supporting this guy. It's not the classic sitcom wife that's like, get a real job, you schlub. Like, while she asked me to lift my legs up to vacuum, like, she supports me. My son supports me, my coach and my friends, and they actually believe in my character more than my character believes in himself. So sort of like, it reminds me a little bit of Ted Lasso in that way.
Oh,
there's some salty jokes. There's some edgy jokes for sure. It's interesting. It's never boring, but there's that warmth and that support underneath it that I think is exactly what we need. Like you said, it's comforting.
Yeah, and the ensemble of any show like this has to be great for it to succeed. I see the name Chi McBride, who's just great. Who else is on the cast with you?
Shai is amazing. He's also my height, which never happens. I'm 6'5", and I never get to act opposite actors. He was a delight. Julie White, who's a Tony Award winner, and in so many wonderful things. She plays my mom, and she is. I mean, it's weird. I almost said a gas, like I'm from the 30s. She's gas, but she really was. Some people just are a gas. She was a gas. Like she was great on camera, but in between takes, we were always just breaking each other's.
Would you call it the bee's knees?
He was the bee's knees, and she had gams for days. But she was a delight, and Katie Lowe's, who's on Inventing Anna right now, and she was also on Scandal. She plays my wife. And this is my favorite thing about making these shows, is that we got to hang out constantly. So your best friend, Taj Mowry, plays my best friend. He was Smart Guy from the sitcom Smart Guy in the 90s. He and I got to hang out so much, you start to believe that relationship. Me and my Julie got to hang out, you start to believe that relationship. My wife and I got to hang out so much, you believe that relationship. On Crashing, sometimes you would meet your scene partner 10 minutes before you would shoot. This, you're hanging out for weeks and weeks and weeks.
That's great.
And I feel like those relationships bleed through.
Pete, I know you have a nice long friendship with Conan O'Brien, and I just have to ask you, because of that friendship, did you get a chance to see Paul Rudd on Conan's podcast this week and what he was able to bring to that podcast?
No, did Paul do something crazy on Conan's podcast?
Well, you know the long-running Mac and Me joke, right?
I do know Mac and Me. I'm aware of Mac and Me.
Well, he actually brought a video clip to an audio podcast. So if you get a chance, it happened yesterday, the day before. I can't recommend it more highly.
I love Conan's podcast. We listen to it all the time, and I'm sure we're just behind a little bit. We'll get to Mac and Me.
All right. And don't forget, How We Roll premieres tonight, 9:30 on CBS. The critics are calling it a humdinger.
Humdinger.
Yeah.
No, I'm looking forward to it.
And it's a real gas.
All right. Thank you, Pete. Good luck with everything. Belated birthday. Happy birthday to you as well, man.
Thank you very much.
All right. Pete Holmes, everybody. How We Roll on CBS.
Do you know, you familiar with the candle pins? You know, the same, it's a bowling.
Smaller bowling.
Right. Like
candle pins.
So
I've seen at some arcades, they have these tiny, are they held by strings?
No. They're thinner, like, Case, you've seen them. How would you describe it?
I have. I feel like they have them at Arnold's,
They're
man.
like rolling pins almost, standing vertically. But
no, Arnold's has the ones that are on the strings.
They're on the
You knock them down, and then when they reset, the strings just pull the pins back up.
Right, but in the Northeast, like where he's from, that was all the rage. Like that was on I remember years ago, that was like equal to bowling in the thing you would go do.
What was it called again?
Candle pins.
Pins.
It's a different type of, it's a smaller ball.
Smaller lane?
Yes.
And smaller pins.
And there was a show.
Smaller people.
Smaller people, bad people. And then Bigfoot. No.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
Could you have something like that in your house?
You could actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did they have resetting machines?
You know
or did somebody have to walk over there and set them back up?
Yes, they had resetting, I believe, but a lot of the times they did not.
Yeah.
But this was a big game. In fact, there was a game show called Candlepins for Cash that we used to get on a superstation from.
It's like Bowling for Dollars, right?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
God, what was the format of Bowling for Dollars?
What was it? I forget, but the show was on for 1,400 years.
Yeah, it was definitely popular. So, all right, Candlepin Bowling. No, that's pretty cool. I'd love to have a bowling alley in my house.
I was just thinking about the same. You see, like the presidential bowling alley in the White House.
Yeah,
my friend has the one in the basement, and it's like glow in the dark, and they have like lights and
How many lanes?
I think it's 3. No, it's 2. It's 2.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What's the distance of a?
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
from the line, from the fault line to the pin.
Because you need a walk up.
You're a biggest bowler, yeah, and you need that. You need that area too. So like a bowling lane.
Yeah, I don't know the dimensions now. I'm thinking 60, like 60 feet long, something like that.
Well, you know how wide it is, Case?
Let me just think about that for a second. It's probably about 42 inches wide, something like that.
As the resident expert, you nailed it.
So the length is 60 feet, 62 feet, 86 inches.
You have 60
to the head pin.
To the head pin, and then so you need room behind that, and then you need room as you're walking up.
So how my I
don't know.
My basement is.
Oh, it says another 15 feet. That's where you start before the line. and then
I'd have to tunnel into the
62 feet to the back of the pins. Okay,
we should. There's now with a lot of the business kind of continuing working out of office. There are a number of large office areas available for us to put our bowling alley in.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We could do that.
Fill the insurance returns to find a bowling alley. And we'll put a cougar bar in there.
We just got an email from a guy named Ryan, the human snowball. You remember Ryan?
Yeah.
And his friend and nephew, Chris Berry, bowled a 300 last night in Limerick Bowl. So he was asking if we could send a shout out to Chris Berry. That's pretty amazing. I mean,
Casey, how often would 300s pop up when you were
Not very often.
When you were in the league?
No, not very often. There was when I played in a league at Sprawl Lanes, and the night before, like I want to say the week before, like the championship, they had, I can't remember what it's called, but if you got 9 pins down, it automatically counted as a strike. And
that seems kind of like cheating. Those are Bigfoot rules.
It's a fun thing, right? So it's, like nobody's keeping score,
right?
Or nobody's competing with one another. And a guy bowled, I want to say he bowled a 300 that night, or
using those rules or a real 300.
Using the rule, but he got like a legit. It wouldn't have counted because of the night that it was.
Yeah. But he did get legit all strikes.
Yes, or am I misremembering?
Have you ever? What was the closest you've
No,
gone?
230 was like the highest, like 230 something. But I want to say, man, my brother's got to refresh my memory on this one because the guy next to us left 1 pin. He bowled a 299. He left a 1 pin on the last.
So on the last one, right? Because if you leave 1 pin earlier on in the round, you're not going to get a 299. It has to be the very last one.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Or
that sucks.
That's like taking a perfect game to the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs or whatever, and giving up a hit on the very last batter. That's insane.
People are saying that format is called nine pin no tap.
Yeah,
it's 9 pin. Bull crap.
Yeah. 9 pin no tap.
9 pin bull crap.
You know.
That's like shooting what you believe are like 10 rolls of footage of Bigfoot, and none of them come out.
So the cool thing about being in a bowling league is that you don't have to be a 200 bowler in order to
And you're usually
compete.
the best looking, right?
No. What you do is you play. You have a handicap, right? And
right.
And so when your team is playing against another team, like suppose the other team. Their handicap is 170 and your handicap is 150, you will be spotted 20 pins. So you basically
do that? I didn't realize they did that.
Yeah, you just basically have to play to your average or better in order to compete and win. And sometimes in the beginning of the league, as you're developing your average that's going to be your average for the league, some people will sandbag. And let's say they're normally a 180 bowler, they'll bowl like a 150, 150, so that when their handicap comes up,
those people are worse than Hitler.
Wow,
maybe not.
That's an overstatement.
Can you ask Bill Preston about candlepin resetting?
Hi, Bill. You're on the air. Good morning.
Pre-Caroline.
There we go.
Hey, Bill. So you've done the candlepin bowling?
Oh, yeah. It's very popular up in the Boston area. I was dating a girl up in Lynn, Massachusetts at the time.
Okay.
And she loves to do that.
Let me ask you a quick. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to ask if there's a resetting device to the candle pins. I didn't recall whether there was or not.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
And it's you actually get 3 balls, and it's about the size of a bocce ball that you use for that. It's not a full bowling pin.
Okay.
Not a full bowling ball. And you get a strike if you get them all down on the first one, which is very rare. A spare if you get it on 2, and just 10 if you knock them all down after 10, or just what your score is.
Okay.
So the scores and the averages are much lower up there for that. It was kind of fun, but,
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like it's become your life's passion. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it. All right. See you, man. All right. Well, I wasn't aware of that. Hey, real quick, I wanted to piggyback on what Pete Holmes was talking about. He said that the gal was a gas. And she's the bee's knees and all of that stuff. I found a list of obscure expressions of surprise that we should bring back.
Right. Like, okay. Like being aghast and agog?
Yeah, exactly. Like, wow or oh or whatever. That's still an expression of surprise that we might show. Oh my God, something like that.
I've become a guy now, and it's something I would never do years ago. I reflexively say, wow. I say, wow, a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, I become Owen Wilson with better pronunciation.
I'm trying to think of what I normally go to when but in the moment.
Jinkies is yours.
When it comes out like naturally, what you might say, because I might, if I have time to think about it, I'll say something else. But, I mean, like, man. I think a man is probably a good, or oh man, or something along those lines. So anyhow, here are a few of them from the past. That we may not be familiar with. There was one that was Holy Pretzel.
Holy Pretzel?
Yes.
Holy Wetzels.
It says, as we learned from Burt Ward's portrayal of the boy wonder in the 1960s, any word can be an exclamation of astonishment if paired with holy, including this salty snack. Green's Dictionary of Slang records this one in Frederick Kohner's 1963 book, The Affairs of Gidget. Holy pretzel, my face got aflame like paprika.
What?
Is apparently something that has been used.
That's just a head injury.
All right, now another one. You'll like this, Steve. These are two of them.
Yeah.
Gup and Gip.
Gup and Gip?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gup.
These are my boys, Gup and Gip.
Yeah, Gup.
So gup was a word directed in anger toward a horse back in the 1500s. Like many exclamations, gup drifted towards surprise over the years.
Look at that goddamn horse.
Both meanings have been conveyed by the word gip as well.
So what is the purpose of Gup and Gip when you're with a horse you don't like?
I don't know. So that's what it started as, but it eventually drifted towards surprise.
Oh.
Gup.
Gup.
I don't know about that one.
Gip, 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 gip.
Nanny! That's it. That's it. Yeah. Goop.
So another one is, well, I'll be jitterbugged.
We'll all be damned. We'll all be darned.
Yeah.
We'll all be jitterbugged, as in the dance?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
According to Green's Claude McKay,
we'll all be docked.
Used this term in his 1948 book, Harlem Glory, a fragment of American life. Suddenly he said, I'll be jitterbugged. Why? If it ain't the big buster himself. This meaning deserves wider use, they said in this article, as we could always use another word for gobsmacked.
Gobsmack.
Gobsmacked is used regularly in England.
Yes.
I was gobsmacked. Another one.
Tarnation.
That would be.
Yep.
That would be one as
Another
well.
one.
Another obscure expression of surprise is stiffen the wombats.
Stiffen the wombats?
Yes, a number of strange sounding Australian exclamations mentioned in Sidney Baker's 1945 book, The Australian Language.
Stiffen the wombats.
Deserve a comeback. It was written by saying, here are some well-established...
The wombats are stiffened! No wombats! You can't stiffen a wombat! A wombat will stiffen naturally when it dies! But you just can't force it! Stiffen a wombat, get out of here! I'm coming for you. And how does it? So, what does it break down to the explanation?
It says here are some well-established variations on the theme to show that we have not been idle even in simple matters. Speed the wombats, stiffen the lizards, stiffen the snakes, and stiffen the wombats.
So, you've been reading Master and Commander?
I have.
Have any of these familiar from the?
Oh man, do you know what? It's loaded with stuff like that.
But very
and
nautical. Obviously.
Nothing comes to mind, Steve, because some of it was so much like a foreign language that I couldn't commit it to memory.
So we have a lot of these explanations, or a lot of these phrases are derived from nautical slang.
Yeah, yeah. I was telling Casey of one. There's two of the ropes that go up a mast are called the mainstay.
Yes.
And so, therefore, we have that
This
term.
is a mainstay of something, yeah.
This is what holds that in place.
Right.
It's part of what holds that in place. So, yeah, there are a lot of different nautical terms that end up becoming part of our regular vernacular. All right, so another one is my elbow or my wig. It's a version of my ass.
Why is there a wig on your elbow?
My grandmother used to say my foot.
Oh, yes, all the time.
I've heard my elbow.
Have you?
I think it's probably elderly people, like, my grandma or something like that. But yeah, my elbow. Oh, yeah, I can't believe that this happened.
My labia majora.
Right, yeah, that was the disgusting people in the family.
Like he went to see Bigfoot. My foot.
Yeah, well, that's Chuck will say your sister's ass.
I like that.
That's a good one.
I don't know where he got that.
Yeah.
And maybe he made it up.
But my foot is a big one.
You know what my grandmother used to say, too?
What?
Fat as mud.
Fat as
Does
mud.
that make any sense at all to you? We always thought it was hilarious. Well, you're just as fat as mud. Look at you. She would say you've grown a bushel too. That was another big one.
Okay,
You have
yeah,
grown a bushel.
Yeah.
My grandmother had sayings that I thought they were sayings growing up my whole life, and I don't think they are.
There's just stuff she was making up.
If you can't laugh, you're out in left field.
I know what out in left field means, but
But if you can't laugh,
yeah, I don't know.
And then there was I forget the other one. I have to. Well, no, this I think is actually. I'm going to walk until my hat floats.
Yeah.
Meaning I'm going to walk into the ocean. until
Right,
my
just
hat
keep walking.
keep going.
Yeah, until you go all the way under.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's a cute one, I guess. Okay.
Well, not really. I think she was saying she was going to kill herself if we didn't stop bothering her.
Okay. That's not so cute, Grandma.
Why don't you take those slutty boots off?
So this is the euphemistic version, my elbow and my wig.
Interesting.
Of my ass. It's a national expression since, according to idiom, these are the two most easily confused body parts. A similar expression is my wig. Sometimes folks get a little more verbose with this when yelling, my wig and whiskers, or my wigs and eyes. The short version appeared in 1848 in Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist, where Master Charles Bates said, oh, my wig, my wig.
Master Bates said that?
Master Bates, Master Charles Bates.
Got it.
You got it.
My grandma used to say also, like as an expression of surprise, my land. You ever hear that?
Yes.
My land.
Yeah.
That was the same grandma that talked about the Cassiad player.
Cassiad player. And Steve, like Land of Goshen.
Land of Goshen.
Yep. That's another one. Mm-hmm.
Gub. Yip, Gub, Goshen, Kruger.
All right.
Blah, blah, blah.
Here's
actually Nell had them all at some point, right?
Sy-Edelon Concom.
Sy-Edelon Concom.
What did we have?
Yeah, I'll sneeze.
What was that one?
Yeah, I'll sneeze. That's what she says after like Sy-Edelon Concom.
Right.
Another one is Pimini.
Pimini?
I feel like I've heard Pimini before.
Jumpin' Pimini?
It says quite a few
Maybe
of these
Jumpin'
terms
Pimini.
are minced oaths, which turn God and Jesus into more acceptable terms. So with that, is Jesus H. Christ a technicality, and you put the H in there, so therefore you're not taking the Lord's name in vain?
That's been my understanding.
That's what I would think.
I'm not. I have nothing to base the validity of that on, other than I've heard that said.
And that's why my dad would say Jiminy Crickets.
H-E double toothpicks.
Instead of Jesus Christ.
And then also like, oh my goodness, instead oh my God.
Yeah.
Because even saying oh my God is taking the Lord's name in vain.
Right. Oh my God. And oh my goodness. Goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Crackers.
That always seemed like.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Very grandmotherly, right?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
My goodness, look at you. You're the cutest little Bigfoot I've ever seen.
I just crapped my panties.
So it says that this one, Pimini, is a euphemism squared. Pimini is an alternation of Jiminy, which has been used since the early 1800s, especially in the form of Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah.
My dad used to say
Jiminy
that.
Christmas,
Instead
yeah.
of Jiminy Crickets, he would
My
say
dad just cursed
He would say Jiminy Christmas. Oh, it eventually got there. This is when I was a little
I
itty-bitty
got you.
kid.
Yeah.
To avoid saying Jesus Christ. In 1912, an article from Ohio's Newark Advocate used the term in an example presumably designed to mimic a regional accent. Jumping Pimini, what a heavy trunk.
Well, jumping Pimini had to become jumping Jiminy.
Jumping Jiminy.
Yeah, jumping Jiminy.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Josh. Hey, Josh, good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you. All right, Josh, you had an old expression that maybe a grandparent said?
Yeah, it's ass high to a 10-foot Indian.
As
high to a 10-foot Indian.
High to a 10-foot Indian. And what was that supposed to mean?
It means that they grew a long height, I guess.
Okay, so when they're talking about you, like my grandma would say, you've grown a bushel.
Right.
Okay, as high to a 10-foot Indian. All right.
What was that
you.
saying your dad used to have, Kathy? I slept with Janis Joplin?
No.
I slept with Janis Joplin.
Well, I
do
slept with
declare.
Janis Joplin. That's funny. What does that mean? No, I actually slept with Janis.
Mike, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, when I was
Hi,
a kid,
Mike.
my brothers and I used to be in my grandmother's house, and she would be sitting there watching her soaps.
Yep.
And when we got loud, she would always yell at us, "Hark, hark!" I think it's Hark, and it would mean to be quiet or something like that.
Hark.
Hark usually, that does mean to get someone's attention. Like,
Yes.
hark.
Yeah, like
The Herald Angels sing.
Yes. Glory to the newborn king, and I'm going to kick your ass.
Yeah, I'm watching my stories.
You're watching my stories, and I want to find out what the guy with the patch is sleeping with the slut in the gown.
All right, thanks, Mike. Hark.
Okay.
All right, we'll go to James. Hi, James. Good morning.
I don't care what they say. I won't stay in a world without love.
Oh, that's beautiful, man.
Peter and Gordon. All right. What's up, James?
How you doing? Yeah, how about Shiver Me Timbers?
Shiver Me Timbers, obviously, that's nautical as well, yes?
Yeah, Shiver Me Timbers and My Stars. And
My Stars is an old one as well.
Thanks, James.
My Stars.
That's right. I don't know where that one came from. All right,
Shiver Me Timbers.
All right, here's another one from this list. These are antiquated, obscure expressions of surprise. Zookers is one, or Zookers, Zookers.
Is that like a Gadzooks?
Found him. Yeah, here you go. It's one of several variations of Gadzooks in print since the 1600s. The other variations include Zooks, Gadzookers, Zoodikers, and Zoonters. And all of these words mean by God, but exist due to the taboo surrounding God's name.
So Gadzooks was
God's hooks.
God's hooks is what I recall it being, right?
Which is supposedly have to do with the
Crucifixion?
The crucifixion, I think. I'm not sure.
Right.
But these exist due to the taboo surrounding God's name. I said in William Harrison Ainsworth's 1854 novel, The Flitch of Bacon.
The Flitch of Bacon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can't put it down. I want to find out what happens to the bacon.
The term is used to express dismay and an alarming marital situation.
The matter was the Flitch of Bacon.
Here's an example. I've seen him make love to another woman. To Miss Nettlebed? Zookers, no.
Zookers.
Okay.
Never.
Fish hooks is another one.
Okay.
Oh, fish hooks. That's an exclamation of surprise, according to the Dictionary of American Regional English.
A lot of it is just using a non sequitur to say,
OF.
Yeah.
And by the way, in Master and Commander, which that took place in the early 1700s, late 1600s, early 1700s, they were throwing the F-bomb around.
Yeah.
In that book. Now, the book was written in the 1960s. So I don't know the validity of the F word being used. They didn't overuse it like we do now. Like it's every
like mother effer.
Every big curse word. It was used very, very sparingly from time to time. They did use a lot of other curses, but I was surprised to hear the F word in that book.
We shall not yield. Eat a bag of D.
And then the last one I have on this list is Gosh all hemlock.
Gosh all hemlock.
Yeah, there's another testimony to English's exclamatory versatility, quoting a 1959 book on the history of Vermont, which lists a colorful assortment of expressions like gosh all fiddlesticks.
So gosh almighty is another variation. That's the one I'm familiar with.
So gosh all felocks, gosh all firelocks, gosh all Friday, gosh all fish hooks.
Gosh all's turkey bacon.
Gosh all's turkey bacon. No, gosh all hemlock, gosh all hemlocks, and chew spruce gum.
It's just a commercial.
Gosh.
Yeah, seriously.
So that's a full one. Gosh all hemlocks and chew spruce gum.
I'd punch someone in the face.
And gosh
what
all.
Did you say?
Gosh all tarnation and gosh all sufficiency are all variations on that.
God, what is the full phrase you just uttered? The
gosh all hemlocks and chew spruce gum. Mm-hmm.
Make it last a little longer with Big Red.
When I was a kid, golly was used. Golly.
And of course, Jim Neighbors, Gomer Pyle.
Golly. You're right. Let me see. I'm going to go to Christy. Hi, Christy. Good morning.
Hi, guys. Hi, everybody. I love you.
We love you. Thank you, Christy.
I'm calling in with a grandmother-ism from the old country. She spoke Yiddish. They were uneducated people, but they were very streetwise.
Okay.
We have a whole, almost a book of all of her sayings, but I thought you guys would like this one the best.
Okay.
And it sounds like this. venimavort vinitatum fort, which means getting a word out of him is like getting a fart out of a dead man.
I love. We had a book, Christy, that was a book of. It was for actors, but it was a lot. It included a lot of Yiddish.
Like
phrases like that.
Okay.
And they're just, I mean, they're wonderful. I mean, they're just really, like, brilliant.
Okay.
That's so cool.
There's so, I mean, I could go on. There are so many seriously brilliant from these people that had no education, but, you know, they had street smarts.
Right.
And these phrases that have stood the test of time. That's awesome.
Thanks, Christy.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Getting a word out of him is like getting a fart out of a dead man. I like that.
You see a lot of stuff in westerns, you know, where they have they like.
Yeah, like in True Grit, I know there's some isms. There's these little sayings, which you're like, what in the hell does that mean? But
it's like a pony dancing with Bigfoot.
So obscure expressions of surprise we should bring back. Some interesting articles. I got it on Mental Floss, by the way.
Nice.
All right, let's take a break. Let's come back in a second. Some bizarre file stories await. I will share them with you when we return. Make sure you stay close because we will not be gone too long.
Preston and Steve.
There was one guy who had
WMMR.
it looked like he was melting. How loose his skin was. If they talk about a tummy tuck as being invasive, how the hell do you do that?
They also use mini liposuction and the removal of excess skin. They are popular non-surgical methods.
Can you do the gentleman stitch on those?
Along with injections that are claimed to break down fat.
So my chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina.
So my chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina. This could go along actually with the connoisseur, believe it or not, because this is
the custodian, the connoisseurian. He eats old food. Is this fresh?
No, this is the little known history.
The little known history
of fruit roll-ups.
Oh my
roll-ups.
gosh.
Oh, wow.
You guys are all on board now, aren't you?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first fruit roll-up was created by Ivan the Terrible.
No. But it's older than you think.
Is it older than Jesus?
No. The thin sheets of fruit treats known as fruit roll-ups have been a staple of supermarkets since 1983 when General Mills introduced the snack to satisfy the sweet tooth of kids everywhere. But
1983, so the Civil War had just ended.
Right. No, but the fruit roll-up has an origin that goes much further back, all the way to the turn of the 20th century, believe it or not. The small community of Syrian immigrants in New York in the early 1900s didn't have the packaging or the marketing power of General Mills, but they had the novel idea of offering an apricot-sourced fruit leather that they called Emmerdine.
Did you know that Frederick Douglass invented Razzles?
No. Wow.
Razzles.
All right.
That's the candy that becomes a gum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you like Razzles?
I do. Yeah. As a kid, I used to like it. I would like, is this Razzle going to be a candy or a gum?
Yeah.
The world was at my feet.
And when it turns into a gum,
too late.
The flavor lasts like
right. The flavor's
10 seconds.
pretty much gone.
Right,
yeah. When a trade publication detailed the family's process in the early 1970s, it opened the floodgates for other companies to begin making the distinctive treat. Sunkist was an early player, but when General Mills put their considerable advertising power behind their fruit roll-ups, they became synonymous with the snack.
What's your favorite fruit roll-up flavor?
I always just went for the strawberry, which was kind of the first one that came out.
To me, it sort of tasted like a Twizzler a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I tried like the healthier version of the fruit roll-up, and Jace was like, I don't like these. Can we get those? And it was,
you
the
don't like
traditional
Mommy's kale roll-ups?
It was like a little
They're
more.
actually not that bad.
Are they?
Healthier version.
Are they? I've never had them.
But when you have the original, which, is delicious, he knows the difference now.
Yeah.
Joray is still in business, offering kosher roll-ups that rely more heavily on fruit than the more processed commercial version.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Joray is Superman's father, right?
No, that's Jor-El.
Oh.
But I thought you were going to say Geordi, and he's on Star Trek Next Generation. But the companies have one more important thing in common. They both have the sense not to refer their product as fruit leather anymore.
Yeah, fruit leather would not be as tasty.
but I was not aware of the history.
I always thought it was like a sort of chemical thing that they put together in the 80s, and here it's sort of fruit. Parents will be down with this.
Yep.
You've opened up my eyes, historian.
Thank you. Please welcome Mr. Brian Posehn.
Yeah.
To the show.
You were on Big Bang Theory last night, and your character on the show is hilarious. You're a geologist, and
a rock nerd.
A rock nerd, and and I was talking to you off air about that show. And originally, when it came on, I was like, I don't know. And then it became clear that there is a strong geek base in the writers' room
for
there,
sure,
because they were getting it all right, and that's what brought me into it.
Yeah, no, there's giant nerds in that writing room.
Right.
Sure. Yeah, there's guys from Futurama and places like that, and they're really smart and very geeky.
Very geeky, and they actually...
The cast isn't.
Really? So nobody on the show...
No,
with
because
all
I've
of
been
that...
there a lot, and like the first couple of times we'd be hanging out, and like there was a comic book store actually on the set.
Yeah.
And I'm, looking at everything in there, and I was asking a couple of the guys, I was like, do you like this stuff? They're like, no, we go to Comic-Con once a year, and that's it. I'm like, oh my God.
They pull it off, though. Who's ever writing the, again, you say the writers are geeks, so that makes a difference, but... on that comic book set, and much to my wife's chagrin, I will point to things. I have that piece. I have that piece.
Wow.
She's like, oh my God, shut up, nerd.
It's really bad. Yes,
there's a certain way you're supposed to read comics, and I don't know what that is. Are you supposed to look at the picture first? You're supposed to read the dialogue first? Can you do either
I cannot help you.
But I've heard that.
Figure it out.
I've heard that before.
I've never heard that.
Yeah,
it's confusing if you first pick it up, but if you start reading a few titles, about where the panels are and where the word bubbles are.
Oh, right, the way the storytelling.
I always find that my eye goes naturally to where it's supposed to go, especially if you're dealing with good writers and good illustrators.
After you read a few,
the normal flow will take you there.
There's some Deadpools I could recommend.
That you wrote.
How many did you write?
45.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your stuff is exceptionally good. I have to tell you, I love what you do with the character, and I know we talked about the first movie, and you were happy with the outcome.
I mean, I keep thinking at some point they're going to use one of our characters, and if they do,
who would you want them to use?
Well, the woman we had in Mary Shiklo, which was, I would think would be a cool wife. It's so nerdy. But
no,
she's the queen of the vampires. And, I just think it would be a good juxtaposition for the character.
It would be very cool, but you know what? And here's the most telling thing is the case can no longer be made that this is just peripheral stuff. This right now, and I mentioned Thor Ragnarok before he came on. This is what is fueling Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
This is it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of other big movies. All the big movies are geeky movies.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
And also, the best ones and the most successful ones are the ones that are deeper and have more meaning and that are characters that are well written. And,
right.
And I was talking with Nick Murphy, who's he's a fellow nerd too, but these universes that exist beyond the movie, the characters that exist beyond the movie, they make the entire movie more compelling.
Right. And then, like, for me, as I was watching Thor and they got it so right, part of my head was exploding because I was like, this is something I've always wanted.
Right.
And no one's ever gotten it right, but these guys are getting it right. Like, whoever's involved at Marvel and,
Well, Kevin Feige?
Yeah, but all the guys. Yeah, Feige.
So deal with this, and because we have been through, we're old enough to remember the failed Thor attempt on the Hulk TV series.
Right.
The guy who was basically like a beach bum, with a horrible plastic-looking hammer, and it was just all the failed attempts. Spider-Man basically rappelling down a building.
Right.
This was stuff they could never pull up. Now, not only are they pulling it off right now, they're nailing it to the original imagery that we loved to begin with.
Well, yeah, it had that Jack Kirby feel, and we're making this so geeky.
Well, speaking of geeky,
I love when I do a nerd voice when I'm being nerdy, like I need to.
Your nerd poker. This has gotten such a buzz. Please explain to people what goes on here.
Well, it's just Dungeons and Dragons, but I've always looked at D&D as like it's just a geeky form of poker because for me and my friends, it's more about the hang than it is the actual game. And that's what a lot of D&D nerds don't like my podcast because we play D&D, but we also mess around. And
it's light and loose.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of dudes hanging out in a room.
And is it an ongoing story? I'm sorry, because I don't know. So,
yeah.
So when you guys show up every week, it continues from the week prior.
Yeah, and our dungeon master has to remind us because I have a short attention span, and I've smoked some stuff over the years.
Just a bit. Oh, who surprised you? Who's come out of the woodworks as a D&D
Well, we
fan?
had on our show, we had Joe Manganiello on our show, and
That guy's wild.
my wife was like calling all her friends, like, he's in my living room.
He's Sophia Vergara,
Come on
Magic
over.
Mike, and True Blood. Yeah.
He's super handsome.
Yeah.
Like me, we're all geeks, and we were all looking at him going, he's dreamy. and then he pulled out his box of figures, and he's more into Dungeons and Dragons than anybody I know, than anybody I've ever played with. Like, and Patton Oswalt used to paint his own figures.
Oh my God!
But Manganiello has like this whole, and they're alphabetized and it's super like OCD. And geeky.
Did you start making fun of him?
I felt pretty cool. I'm like, look at this geek. I'm kind of the badass in the room.
That's great.
What a nerd.
I don't understand it, and I've tried to play, and I've gotten really pissed off.
I think I'm too stupid. My attention span is
I'm
too
borderline.
short.
I'm like, I feel like I'm in that room. I'm the dumbest guy in that room. And with my son's 8 years old, and he's not into D&D yet, but he's getting into all the other stuff, Star Wars and comic books, and he's already schooling me. Like, we're talking about Star Wars, and this is something I've liked for 40 years. And he knows more about it already than I do.
Well, he enters into it though with the full catalog ready to go.
Right.
We had to get it through attrition and and incrementally.
Right.
And that's
his hard drive hasn't been affected by anything yet.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But
his memory.
he's fully
his memory's
wired.
better.
Yeah, but it's part of the deal. The games are like you see them in the back of the comic book stores and they're playing. I'm like, man, it looks like it's so cool and you can get lost in it, but I can't. I would find myself playing with the figures too much, like the little, that's me. Like I remember the game Mousetrap as a kid. I never played the game. I just played with the Mousetrap.
Nice.
So it's all part of the deal.
Too dumb for Mousetrap.
I was too dumb for Mousetrap. So that shows you why I can't succeed at this. What are the games? What are the things are you into on that level? The D&D? Are you Magic the Gathering as well, or are they two separate camps?
It's not even that. It's like I'm so obsessive that certain things I've stayed away from. Like I never got into World of Warcraft because I just knew my wife would never see me again and would probably divorce me. And same thing with Magic the Gathering. I think if I got into it, I would have all the cards and I'd be on eBay buying them in the middle of the night. I got to get the wand of whatever, and
Yesterday, my wife is going through our closet. She's getting her coat to go outside, and she pulls out. I bought this jacket from the Rocketeer, Kathy, this leather jacket, because I got the helmet. She pulls it out and she goes, "What is this?" And it's those moments.
Well, it goes with the helmet.
It goes with the helmet. That's exactly what I said.
Wives don't understand that.
My son told me last night. He goes, "Dad," he's 17 years old. He goes, "Did you know that there's a rumor that if you stay a virgin until you're 30, you have wizardly powers?"
You're like, no, honey.
It was pretty damn funny. So that maybe they're holding out for that. Some of the geeks.
Maybe it's possible.
Oh,
I never heard that one.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I made it to 21, and now I'm
a little bit of close-up magic.
Yeah, I got pretty close. 7th level mage.
Did you get started in it by just like doing your own little fan fiction just for fun, and then
comic books?
Yeah. And then start showing it to people,
No, I mean, I got in because I was into it, and I was already a comic, and so I was hanging out with Marvel guys and DC guys at Comic-Con every year, and they just became my friends. And then I did this other thing for Image first with my writing partner he'd grown up working at a comic book store out in Jersey, and when he moved out to L.A., he and I became friends.
Oh, okay.
Jerry Duggan, and we just wrote that book on our own, and then once we did that, Marvel kind of was like, well, you guys know what you're doing. Do you want to write Deadpool? And the way it came up.
You must have crapped yourself when
I did, yeah. But I still had to, even though they wanted to give me the job, I still had to prove that I was worthy. So I had to give them, the first year of stories. So we had to do work to actually get the gig.
I remember, because they listen, there's the long-standing tradition, and it was very hard to get into that group. I remember the story of
bikes. A 54-year-old man inhabiting the house was arrested on suspicion of handling stolen goods and possession of the criminal property.
So is it more important that he steal the bikes, or was he actually looking to build a mountain out of bicycles?
It was some kind of a collection, man. The man was, I saw the pictures. It's crazy.
We're looking at it. This is insane. The entire backyard is just jammed with bikes.
He was later released under investigation. Police were at the address sorting through the hundreds of bikes. The bikes can be seen on Google Maps satellite images filling the garden, and people have taken to social media to comment on the photos and maybe try to identify their bikes.
This seems less like I'm stealing bikes to... It seems like a hoarder thing.
Yes, it does seem like that. Police said a box of human bones found in a garage Thursday night were relics used by a group known as the Independent Order of Oddfellows as part of their organization's rituals.
Oh, boy.
A resident heard children making noise in an alleyway about 10 p.m., went to investigate, and he saw a detached garage door open, looked inside, and noticed a box. The man opened the box, found human remains and bones in various stages of decomposition.
What's in the box?
The organization was founded in 1819, by the way, and had a large following, including a lodge at Mount Healthy. The garage owner told police that he purchased the building in Mount Healthy where the group met.
Gup.
The police said, my gup. Police said the group has long since moved from the area, and when the new building owner cleaned the building, he stored material contained there, including the box with human remains in the garage that he purchased.
It's like the story of the guy who got your mom's car getting a jar with a toe in it.
Toes in them, yep. Police said that they will continue to work to confirm the information, but at this point have no reason to believe the remains found were from a recent homicide. The circumstances of death are listed on the document as pending, and the identity is unknown. The report states, and the coroner's office will examine the bones. Police investigation that followed strange illness involving more than 30 people last month at a Thai restaurant in Las Vegas found the common link was curry powder from a third party. The restaurant closed February after several people reported testing positive for THC and cannabinoids.
Oh.
Police said they searched the evidence in the restaurant 2 days after the district ordered it closed following the allegations. Detectives learned a plastic tub containing an orange solid substance with red and white substances throughout tested positive for THC. They didn't specify where the specific ingredients were purchased. Detectives believe the curry was tainted prior to use at the restaurant Secret of Siam. How or why remained a big question, but interviews with sickened customers revealed a common link of having eaten curry from the restaurant.
That's what sickened them.
In one case, a family ordered food from the restaurant. The adults ate curry while the children did not. The adults then felt the effects of the THC. They got stoned.
Name's Cowper with the Board of Health.
Because no criminal intent was. Are you here for a search and seizure?
We're here for a search and seizure to see what's sick in the patrons.
Because no criminal intent was found. Police closed its investigation last week.
Search and seizure.
I thought this was kind of cute. A Florida hospital's maternity center got an unexpected delivery. A mother duck hatched her eggs in the courtyard of Breacher OBGYN in Jacksonville.
That's kind of
Florida.
sweet. Even the duck knows that's where you go.
And the staff escorted the mother duck and her 10 ducklings from the building so that they could have the courtyard. The hospital's Facebook post says she's welcome back to come back in 6 weeks.
There was a pelican out handing out cigars.
Nick, we used to have a swan that would come here and lay eggs like around this time of year.
A swan or a goose?
A goose.
Yes, a
Stop
goose.
looking at me, swan. Yeah, a goose.
Yeah,
And
the building chased them away.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they also changed everything. We don't have those planters out front.
Yeah,
That's where the goose was laying the eggs in these large cement planters.
By the way, Kathy, what time of year is it that you can get those duck eggs to hatch at home? Is it during the spring and summertime? You remember?
Yeah.
Was that a fall activity or a spring
the
activity?
chicks were no. I think you can do it in the spring and the fall. I believe that I did both.
Okay. All right. Just curious. All right. And then we'll do one more quick story. A customer is enraged after discovering that their tattoo artist inserted her own initials into the artwork on their skin. The design was a tattoo the customer's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all had. Initially, they were thrilled with the tattoo until they noticed the initials. The customer tried to receive a refund and then took to Reddit for additional opinions. Some recommended smearing the tattoo artist publicly, and others suggest taking legal action.
That has to be illegal to do that.
I would think so. And it kind of reminds me of the Nexium cult.
Oh, yes,
Where they
yeah.
were burning his initials into them. They thought it was something else.
Right, and they finally looked at it and said, wait a second.
Yeah. All right, and that's it in the B-File. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll do the lesson question, the trash, and music news along with that as well. So make sure that you stay close. We'll be back shortly.
Over the year, that was revered Mad Magazine. To get in there, it took forever. It was like Parliament.
Right.
You almost had to, go through that process. But once you were in, I mean, do they ever bring up the topic of other potential characters?
Oh yeah, for sure. And I've been told I can do a Star Wars book if I want to.
Wow.
Any of the Marvel stuff. But it's just coming up with the idea because you don't want to just half-ass it with that kind of thing.
Sure.
Because that was the thing with Deadpool always was I was worried about, making the nerdy fans mad. And Punisher fans, a lot of those guys own guns. So you don't want to make Punisher fans mad.
Yeah,
Ex-military dudes that are like, oh, you messed up Frank Castle, brother. And I'm like, oh, man.
You can't, Star Wars you can handle.
Yeah.
When a dude shows up with the...
Well, I don't know. Star Wars nerds are pretty hardcore. Yeah.
When you go out, because you are doing so much, and we described you as a modern-day Da Vinci, when you go out and you're performing at comedy clubs, what is the composition of the audience coming to see you? Is it is it more nerds? Is it more TV fans of your TV work?
It's both, and I mean, I notice my fans because they look like me. A lot of black T-shirts and facial hair,
right.
and
hunched a little bit.
Breasts, maybe.
Breasts.
Maybe they haven't taken care of themselves. A lot of doughy foods in their diet. I don't know. I'm not judging.
No, it's the more the merrier.
I've lost a lot, but yeah.
Yeah, you look good.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
You're a big-time rocker. You been to any concerts this season?
I went to Tom Petty's last show.
You did? The Hollywood Bowl?
Hollywood Bowl. And then the
kidding.
following week he was dead. And there's no way I would have, if he would have said, man, this is his last show. He didn't seem, like 1 foot.
Were you so glad you went, though?
Oh, absolutely. But that taught me. I'm like, I'll never say no again. Like anybody who comes through, I'll be like, that guy might die. So. Unless they're young. But, yeah.
Who's on the list? Who's on the got to get to list for
I don't
you?
even know. I mean, well, like if Floyd ever gets back together or Zeppelin or any of those, obviously, but there's not too many. Tom Petty was one of the only. I had never seen him, and I'm so glad I did.
Have you seen the Stones? Yeah, it was the same question.
Yeah, I saw them in the old days.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw them with Guns N' Roses and Living Color in like 90.
That's a hell of a show.
Yeah, was it 1990, 1989
That was a triple bill?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ed mentioned Floyd. My youngest son is 15. He's into music, so I'm about ready to have the Dark Side of the Moon experience. I'm going to turn him on to that.
Right.
So we're going to go, and the way I remember listening to that album from beginning to end, we're going to a dark room, light a candle, sit back, and
Ludes.
No, we're not going to smoke weed, but we're gonna listen to that. I can't wait to turn him on to that.
And then he'll really like it when he smokes weed.
Right, exactly. This is step one.
Yeah,
We'll get to that later.
I don't know.
Just dip your feet in. And when I'm not around, check it out on your
Sure.
own. Yeah.
Where's that experience coming from now where you could, that used to be till you talk about the religious experience of in the dark with the turntable and the whole thing. And I'm going to now in the darkness see the music, and that you don't get it anymore.
There's no albums ananymore.
Yeah.
That's why. It's not going to happen anymore.
They don't do laser light shows anymore either.
I used to love laser light shows.
Those things are badass.
No matter who they were playing.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
It could have been Little River Band. It would still work. But, maybe not.
Rush, yes.
Pink Floyd was made for laser.
I went to a
Laser
Rush
Floyd.
one back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, in San Francisco. Yeah.
I thought I went to Seattle
wasted.
Sounds, and it was awesome. It was Pearl Jam, Nirvana.
Oh, that's a good one.
Alice in Chains, Soundgarden. It was awesome.
The problem with the laser light shows is the seats were they're planetarium seats. So if you went late at night, you were going to fall asleep because they were
Right.
Yep, because you
permanently
laid back.
reclined.
But
Yeah.
they're probably better now. I would think there's been some advancements in laser.
You would hope.
Like, because back then it was just like they would write Rush with a laser and then spin it around. So you'd see what Rush looked like backwards. And you'd be like, wow.
Well, then they
It's
did.
amazing.
They did 3D laser lights
Yeah,
where you'd
yeah.
wear the glass. Do you remember that?
No.
Yeah,
no, I
that was
missed out
for a
on
brief
that.
period. Yeah.
Yes.
And so thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
again,
thanks
man.
for having me.
And
Always,
enjoy
guys.
your time in Philadelphia.
Thanks, man.
Brian Posehn.
Regis Philbin.
Did not like to chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now. Shut up.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut. Now.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. For this very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittany's, and 3 real estate agents.
I'm Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey, would this show work with ugly people? I mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller,
No one wants
lesser
to see-
network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people are just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And that's
Could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Channing gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know, so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22. Yeah, and I don't know how many
It's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine that Casey, if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat. And he's wearing a baseball hat
or booger.
Yes, something like that.
It's not going to work. So anyhow,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
Yeah.
People with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes.
That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
It's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandijk Jr., you got ripped off on that season. You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes.
love you.
He goes.
I want to be with you.
He goes
forever.
I love you.
I love you.
See,
I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
Please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey guys, I like the music.
Like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric a thing.
Oh, that's really cool.
To
Yeah,
make it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
music from Split. Yeah.
Yeah, this was. Hang on, wait. Yeah, now you can hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can. Anyway.
Who was the composer? No. I mean,
Wes Thorson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. You know, making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of those things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays... I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending. Which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there and see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you five guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process, it's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening to say, oh wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character, doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her, and so it's listening to it and making the movie and looking at it, you go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way, but actually it's Sam's character that wants to do this, and that process of I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it all
bizarre,
sounds really bizarre
and overly artsy, but I would understand that when you're writing for multiple characters. I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building, and he, a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that. Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful, but he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening, basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh, wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by. And that in that same way, being present as, having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating is your ability to have empathy.
WMMR. Call if you know the answer.
This is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see where we're going today. Story, Steve, what's up?
Yes, actor Jesse Williams, who famously accepted an Ebony Award by saying that every woman is a queen, is now trying to have the alimony and child support he's paying his ex-wife reduced substantially. Williams told TMZ that he believes his ex is a queen, but that does not mean he, quote, has to buy the bitch a crown.
Oh, my God.
Justin Bieber was roundly booed in concert after mocking the Canadiens while performing in Toronto. Bieber reportedly tried to win the audience back by observing that Banff is a stupid name.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Dr. Bennett Omalu, who Will Smith portrayed in the 2015 film Concussion, bizarrely claiming that the actor bitch-slapping Chris Rock made him seem more human. Omalu says Smith could really help his image by curb-stomping one of the Osmonds. And that's your Hollywood trash.
All righty, we will see if we can get an answer to this lesson question. John Wayne Gacy once had to be edited out of an episode of which sitcom? 215-263-WMMR is the number, and I'm going to go to Eric for the answer. Hey, Eric, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, Eric, John Wayne Gacy had to be edited out of an episode of what sitcom?
The Wonder Years.
No. Incorrect, and I am sorry, sir. We will go next to Mike. Hey, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
It was Small Wonder.
Yeah. Small Wonder, yes. That is the correct answer. Hang on the line, and Mike, I'm sure the other guy meant to say Small Wonder, but I got to go with the correct answer.
Small Wonder Years.
Going to give you a pair of tickets to see Tom Segura Saturday, August 27th at the Hard Rock Hotel Casino Atlantic City, and tickets are on sale now. Hard Rock Hotel, AtlanticCity.com for complete details. Music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, I'm sorry, Casey. I'm making a mess. I'm trying to write down a note here, and then I'll get into music news. Okay, so.
Drink more Ovaltine.
No, that's not what I'm writing down.
Cy Young Concon.
Celebrities have been posting memories about Taylor Hawkins, and actor John Stamos of Full House fame shared his last message with the Foo Fighters drummer. And he said that the two had apparently been trying to spend some time together, and Taylor wrote, "We've yet to fully have a hang. Got to put that S together before we die," which would be really tough to look back on.
Yeah.
If a friend of yours, that was the last correspondence that they had with you, even though it's obviously a play and just a saying, but to have that written down as the last communication you had, it's got to be tough, man.
He's had it twice. He's had it with Bob Saget as well.
Yeah, so Bob obviously died in January, and but he did show a fun throwback video that Taylor made concerning a Geico commercial.
Yeah.
And this is the audio of that, talking about John Stamos.
My name is Taylor Hawkins. Play drums in the Foo Fighters. Stamos is a good buddy of mine. He's a good guy. I really like him a lot. He's a great drummer. But I'm a little upset with him, actually. I got to be honest with you, because I was supposed to do that Geico commercial. You know, the Geico commercial where he flips the stick? Originally, that was mine. But they decided to go with Stamos because he's better looking. But I'm the best stick flipper around. Sorry, Stamos. It goes me, Tommy Lee, Stamos.
Oh, man. So obviously, sad news and more of these close encounters and
memories.
Reflections and memories and all this stuff coming out from friends. His body, by the way, had flown back to the U.S. Foo Fighters tour manager Gus Brandt remained in Colombia after the surviving band members returned to the States a day after he was found dead. And something that's being planned is the Grammys are going to pay tribute to Taylor during their ceremony, which is, by the way, this Sunday. I forgot the Grammys are this
I
weekend.
know, it's crazy. We're in the award run.
The band was set to perform at the ceremony, but they canceled all of their upcoming live gigs in light of his death. So I haven't heard, but I assume they wouldn't be playing the Grammys. You remember the Eagles played when Glenn Frey passed.
They did.
And it wasn't, you could tell that they didn't like doing it, that they were uncomfortable. They felt an obligation to the fans, maybe, as a tribute to Glenn to do that. But looking at them, normally you see musicians on stage having a good time, enjoying playing the music.
They were not.
They were not. And Jackson Browne was singing his parts. And so if they don't do it, I think it's probably the right call. Speaking of Taylor, Paul McCartney, a longtime friend of Taylor, saluted him. Paul had contributed to the Foo Fighters 2017 album Concrete and Gold, and in 2021 inducted the band to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He's got a history of them, with them, I should say, and he joined them on stage that night at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And Paul's post read, "Taylor's sudden death came as a shock to me and the people who knew him and loved him. Not only was he a great drummer, but his personality was big and shiny, and will be sorely missed by all who were lucky to live and work alongside him. I was asked by Foo Fighters to play on one of their tracks. It turned out they wanted me to play the drums on one of Taylor's songs, and the request came from a group with 2 amazing drummers. Yeah. It was an incredible session and cemented my relationship with Taylor and the guys. Later, they asked if I would induct them into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I sang with them on Get Back. Taylor provided a powerhouse drum part. I'll never forget that night, all of which made it more of a desperately sad shock to hear that he had died. So thanks, Taylor, for sharing some glorious minutes with me. You were a true rock and roll hero and will always remain in my heart. God bless his family and band. Love, Paul McCartney. That is Paul McCartney commenting on Taylor Hawkins. So what a tribute. All right, a couple of other things. System of a Down's Serge Tankian is throwing it back to 2008 with the release of a live album from his days as a solo artist with his then band, the FCC. The project is called Live at Leeds, and the PRP.com reports that it was recorded at the annual Leeds Festival and is set for digital release on April 8th. Tankian shared a preview of a live performance of Empty Walls on social media yesterday. And then finally, March Madness, that we touched on just a moment ago, continues. I'll give you the results from yesterday and the matchups today that you can look forward to. So yesterday, Shinedown beat Godsmack. Tom Petty took out Bon Jovi.
Yeah.
In Pierre's time slot. Green Day was bested by Metallica, so Metallica moves forward. Led Zeppelin beat Pink Floyd. Foo Fighters took out Linkin Park. Van Halen over Rush. Chris Cornell over Pearl Jam. And Queen beat the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that means we have the excellent 8 remaining today. So 4 more matchups, and then we find out who's in the last round 4. So not the last round, but anyhow. Shinedown and Foo Fighters at 1.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Petty and Van Halen at 3. So we're doing this every other hour now. At 5 will be Metallica and Chris Cornell, and 7 o'clock we'll wrap it up. Zeppelin versus Queen.
We'll see.
Where will this go?
We'll see. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yep.
I wanted to ask you, Preston, just since we're in music news realm, there was this audio that has come out of there's this long legendary Syracuse Prince concert around 1985.
Yeah.
And they released some audio from it. They're finally putting the whole thing out, Blu-ray, like it'll be a concert film.
Okay.
And it might be kind of interesting if you just want to hear the short clip. Yeah.
85 would have been, the height of it all.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Hello, Syracuse and the world.
Especially if that's a movie.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, that'll be so cool. Well, all right. That's it in music news. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Wrap it up. Letter of the day, word of the week prize, and all that. Stay with us.
Where there was a pre-existing mythology and something so well thought out. Why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. It's all that work has been done. And when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow, that's because the person walked in the room and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I wrote Stuart Little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff, and trying to to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously, we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out, and there's 2,000 people outside, and they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, I'm a classic Philly boy. It's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are. M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday, we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just, and it was something stupid to do as a kid, that when you would call it, it would dial, or it would ring once, and then it would pick up, and it would go, I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened upon it.
No, but the reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. One of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular, and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of them.
You ready for this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
Call me, I've got news you can use.
Straight up, she's going to tell you everything.
Straight up, man.
You straight up call her now.
She'll tell you where she had her nose done.
And you should, because opposites attract.
Call 1-900-909-1800 now.
Call me twice and I'll send you an autographed picture.
You and Paula together. Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each extra minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. Paula's on a rocket to stardom.
Call me now and find out why.
Pick up the phone. Call 1-900-909-1800.
We're watching the video. She was hot back in the day, man.
What if you called her up, though?
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. Look.
Paul, I'm a big fan. Yeah, great. You want a picture or what?
All right, here is here's another music one for you guys. Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, like walk around, eat food, look at TV sometime.
Yeah?
Sleep. Yeah, it's the Rock's lifestyle, man. My buddy has a car. We'll drive around in it.
In a car?
Yeah, car.
Kind of car.
4 wheels. Steering wheel. Got it all, man.
All right, let me play it from the beginning again.
Manual windows. CD player. Not at this time, right?
Not at that, though. It would have been a cassette player.
Record player?
Yeah.
Back seat, it skips a lot because, you hit bumps.
All right, here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too. Just unless you think we're just very narrow and just do rock and roll. We do our banking and stuff, too. Grocery shop.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We'll give you the warm, hard facts on our personal lives. Our fans always.
Warm, hard facts. Just like our units, like our penises.
Yeah.
Come first.
Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. You'll get the latest on tours, videos.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day.
What town we blew up last?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day. And learn how you can leave your personal message from Warren.
Or anything else you've got on your mind. Call us and find out what goes on behind tour bus doors.
Oh, let me tell you, last time we blew up, New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
And they probably
doors.
and they probably made a ton of money off their 900 number.
Last town, Little Rock, Arkansas, man, blew it up.
Wow.
Well, it's actually still there. It's just figurative speech. People, that's some of the stuff we do other than rock and roll.
Figures of speech?
Yeah. Actually, my father burned down his carpet business for insurance money. I don't even know why I just said that. That would be in the list of other things we do besides rock and roll. We make huge mistakes that will send our family members to jail. That was stupid. Learn about more stupid things we do by calling that number.
Oh, my God.
Call it twice and I'll let you know what happens behind closed tour bus doors. We're sleeping. Because been on tour where we blew up Little Rock and New Haven. I guess I'm sort of in a loop here. I should have written down some notes. Initially, this had a whole thing.
Little Rock and New Haven?
Blew them up. Don't even look for them on a map, man. White them out. Warrant.
Yep.
It's a shame about your dad.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake.
The inventor of the vibrator actually heard a voice that said, if you build it, they will come.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Wow.
It's like Field of Dreams.
I know. It's just like
Field
that,
of
isn't it?
Screams, Preston.
Same thing that ended up happening with this particular thing we're about to do. It was a dream we had. The dream has been realized, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Brickyard 500. In the corner of the Preston and Steve studios stands a track that is ready to receive racing apparatus. It is called the Brickyard, and the 500 comes from the $500 in cash that we're going to be giving away. All right, Nick is on location at the track, which is about 8 feet away from where I am right now.
We can see him from our vantage point, which is 8 feet away.
You guys are up in the sky booth.
Yes, we are.
How is the weather trackside, Nick?
That's beautiful out. You should see it from down here, Preston.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous out, and
You're close to the track, and I got to say, I have to imagine it looks pretty spectacular from where you are.
perfect conditions for racing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's meet our racers, if that's cool. We're going to start with our first one, and then we'll explain how the race is going to happen. Let's go and meet Aaron. Hey, Aaron, how are you?
I'm going to race the Duracell Pink Nightmare today.
Oh, my God. Now, let me tell you something. What I'm looking at there, if I was into this stuff, I'd get that sucker. That looks like it does everything.
I'm fairly certain this will break concrete.
Hey, Aaron, is that a jackrabbit?
It's something, all right. I have a jackhammer. I don't know.
All right, nice to go. All right, and let's meet our lone male contestant this morning. This is Michael. Hey, Michael.
Wow.
How you doing, man?
Hey, from Newtown Square, and today I'm riding the Purple Pocket Power Pen.
Purple Pocket Power Pen.
Purple Power Pocket Pen.
Now,
Purple Pocket Power Pen.
It's really, the fact that you can say that quickly is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Preston, do you know the story? They are one and only male, and we said, the question went out, do you actually use this? Well, I'll ask you, do you actually use this?
Yes, I do.
Is it used in the back door?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, we got...
Prostate stimulation.
Okay.
Oh!
We don't need all the specifics on that.
To be honest, I wanted to know, too.
Yeah,
I wanted to know, too.
Okay.
Why don't we talk to the next contestant?
Let's go to our next contestant. Our next contestant is the lone anonymous contestant, and she's actually wearing a mask. We have a stormtrooper helmet on.
Yes.
Did she bring that, or is that ours?
I think that's ours, and we want to welcome Miss X. Good morning, Miss X.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, and tell us a little bit about what you have there. Do you have a name for your
the
vehicle?
person who's still alive after your friend or your brother commits suicide, and what it's like for those people. It's an interesting song. I really like it very much.
Yeah,
but it's a bit of a dark topic.
I've not delved into it lyrically, just kind of melodically, so I need to...
It always takes me a while with lyrics. Sometimes it takes like a decade, but this one I listen to a little bit more intently.
Okay. 10:35 on this Thursday morning, the Preston and Steve Show. Fairly pleasant out. I mean, it's cloudy, but warmer today, going up to about 71. But we have nasty weather on the way today. They're calling for some severe storms later on this evening. It's going to start in the late afternoon, 3, 4 o'clock, something like that. Excuse me. And then as we head on into the evening, it'll get a little bit more intense. Tomorrow's high of about 56, and then 58 on Saturday, and maybe some rain on Sunday with a high around 60, but we're going to kind of hang in that zone.
It's all right.
Yeah, not bad. I would like to thank our guest, Dan Arbach from the Black Keys. We did a Zoom interview with him earlier this morning, 7:30 in the morning, which is very odd rock star time. But their 11th studio album, Dropout Boogie, is released on May 13th. You can pre-order that at dropoutboogie.com. And they'll be in Camden performing on July 30th. And Dan was curious about Jackie Bam Bam.
Yes.
He asked us about Jackie. He said, where's Jackie Bam Bam?
He says he's kind of like his dad.
I guess they're good friends. So that was cool. And Pete Holmes was cool.
Hey.
Pete's new show on CBS is at 9:30 tonight. And the show is called How We Roll. So if you'd like to check that out, feel free to. I'm sure it's going to be great. Pete is a pretty awesome guy. Pierre Robert is here. How you doing, man?
Excellent.
Wonderful, sir. Nice to see you again.
Nice to be seen.
We shall do the letter of the day?
Yes.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
R as in rhinoceros.
All right. And we got a 4-pack of front row tickets and 4 early access pit passes for Monster Jam. It's going to be Saturday, April 16th at Lincoln Financial Field. Monster Jam is the big leagues of monster truck competition where you're going to witness the best drivers in the world. And the most popular trucks tear up the dirt in intense competition of speed and skill. April 16th at the Link. And tickets are on sale now. Monster Jam.
Monsters. They're scary.
We'll get that prize out to you tomorrow. What's happening today, Mike?
Well, let's see. Many things are happening. We will have time for 2 workforce blocks today, which will be Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen, and Dirty Honey combined in a block. They're at the Fillmore tonight, and Jackie's doing that party tonight, or the soundcheck party actually late this afternoon. Soundchecks usually happen around sometimes as early as 4, sometimes 5, 6 o'clock. So a bunch of MMR listeners are going to that you guys gave out some tickets to, and he gave out a whole bunch to. And I think he's going to check in with us at some point. Also, we'll have a block of AC/DC for Angus's birthday and Ed Robert's birthday. My dad was born today.
Aww.
And remember when we interviewed him, Nick, and I said, you share a birthday with Angus Young?
I had no idea who Angus Young was.
Yeah, and he goes, I thought you were talking about a cow.
Yeah. He thought it was a beef reference.
Beef.
Yeah.
Famous cows born this day.
How old would Ed have been today?
Know.
Okay.
I don't remember what year he was born. So, but he would be considerably up there. So we'll throw in that clip.
Nice.
It's always a fun clip to throw in. And then I only have one pairing in Emma March Madness, which is Shinedown against the Foo Fighters. That is going to be fascinating to watch at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Based on everything you guys are just talking about, with Taylor and everything else.
And even without Taylor happening, you're just talking about a huge band with a gigantic fan base. And so.
But Shinedown also has a huge fan base. So
and proactive.
Yeah, very proactive. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. And if all of that were not enough, tonight, 35 years ago, MMR had the Grateful Dead at the Spectrum, and they let us, and we did, broadcast the entire show.
Wow.
And Bob Weir gave a shout-out to MMR, and we have that entire concert, so we'll play at least a song, maybe 2 songs from it over the course of the day.
And have you played that the shout-out from the stage before?
We have.
I don't know that I've heard
when
that.
our 50th anniversary came along for, I don't know, the first 4 or 5 months, we were doing archive segments every day. And that was one of them. I think it was a live version of Touch of Grey. But in those days, the Spectrum had this big press box that was, it was right in the middle of the complex on the floor level and on the mezzanine level, whatever it is. And so you could walk in right off of the lobby and go into the press box if you had access to it. And that also had a backstage connection. You could go down the stairs into the backstage area. And we were all broadcasting from there. And our program director at the time, unlike our current program director, worshipped the Grateful Dead. And so we were in the press box trying to call out the first song of the second set. All right, what's it going to be? Or maybe it was the first song of the opening set. And I think it's going to be this. I think it's going to be that. And Chip, who was DeBella's producer, called out correctly that it was Touch of Grey. And I believe I have that audio.
Okay.
That's the song. That's the song. MMR.
Actually, here.
have lightning.
I got no place to go.
I got a little bit of rain.
Yeah.
Well,
I
do you
have
want to
some-
play it? Play it, Case.
I have some drizzle. I have some snow. A lot of clouds in my head. Lots. Okay, good. All right, and we'll get to the rest of it later.
Excellent.
Over these same stations. Stay tuned.
These are the days of your life.
These are the days of your life. Watching the soaps, I couldn't get hark. Hark!
Remember the guy's grandmother would scream hark when she was watching her soaps?
Hark, you herald angels, stop singing.
Yeah. All right. I want to thank our
Trying
sponsors.
to get it together.
Yeah. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Natural Lawn of America. Save it for your lawn, kids, and pets, and you can schedule their full-service program and get free seeding every year. And call 800-FREE-SEED, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds. Fair ways, guaranteed. Also brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the President Steve Show. God, I need some of that. Yeah. And
The Dunkin' makeup is out today, by the way, in case anyone was wondering.
I loved you cracking up through the Steven Singer commercial. God, that was so great.
It's been one of those days.
I love that, though. Everybody loves that.
And then finally, Acme. You can get your free flu shot or COVID-19 booster at their pharmacy. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Tomorrow, we got nothing. Don't even tune in. Just whatever,
No,
man.
we got lots of prizes to give away.
Oh, we got
do a
that.
ton.
We got we'll have a good time. I guarantee it. We'll do the connoisseur. We'll play with each other's faces. I don't know what we'll do. That's it. We're
You are
done.
not touching my face.
Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang.
For me.
Bye bye.